Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the Master of Evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy.
Yes, it is time for
Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change. Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot. And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Ship maintenance. Oh, that's enough of that. Okay, what? This is my favorite part. You want to see my favorite part, folks? This may, let's see, right about, I think it's right about here. But hope always remains.
But hope always remains. In Ahsoka.
Welcome to the Captain's Cast. Don't you just love to start a Sunday afternoon with a little Ahsoka in the 1980s? How are you? I am your host, Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast, and I tried, folks. I tried here on the Captain's Cast on the Swords of Starships channel to watch Loki season 2, and there's only so much fight a man's got in him, okay? There's only so much I can take. I was poking around a Reddit Marvel Cinematic Universe fan board. It was in the course of research for the stack of stuff. It was for science, you understand. And I start poking around on Reddit, and I start just reading comments from just MCU fans, not the MCU fan. MCU fans who are talking about, they're arguing with Grace Randolph on Reddit about how wrong she is that Marvel's is going to be bad. There were a couple. Here's the thing. The comments weren't anything like super nasty. It was the delusionality of it that was so depressing to me. Because one comment was like, well, just because there's reshoots doesn't mean it's bad. I'm like, I remember when I was like that. I remember when I could still have hope in this garbage. I was thinking about when Star Trek Discovery, the first season came out, and Captain Pike, season 2, and Captain Pike shows up and he's played by Anson Mount. He looks the part, he's actually a man who's allowed to be a man on the show. And also allowed to be in charge of something, which is kind of cool. Look, mama, it's a man on Star Trek and he isn't a maid. That's a reference to Whoopi Goldberg's thoughts on Star Trek. A bit of a riff on that. And I thought, maybe the writers of Discovery, they've heard the feedback and they're starting to get it. I should have been posting on Reddit. It's what I should have been doing. Anyway, so we're going to do something a little different because fuck Loki. Fuck Loki. I don't even care. Even if it were good, I wouldn't care. Just fuck off, Marvel. Burn. I can't. Who cares? Even if it were the best Loki show of all time, it would, okay, well, it's just one multiverse. Who cares? They've ruined everything. They've broken all of the lore. It gives me no pleasure, folks. It gives me no pleasure. So I was so instead of doing the captain's duty, instead of doing what I was supposed to do and watching Loki and, whatever else I guess I should review, I started watching Dune, but I put my AirPods in, I connect it to my Apple TV, and it's like it's as close as I can get to like theater sound, and oh my god. It's like after a really long day of back-breaking work, and you just like, and then you get to the office, and it turns out they're having a massage chair day, and you're like, oh yes, 15-minute massage chair, and it just feels so good. That's kind of, I really mangled that analogy there. My point is, it's like the film equivalent of getting an awesome massage. It's like, oh, this is what good film feels like. It has craftsmanship, it has acting, it's showing you something that you can't see anywhere else. Do you remember that, folks? That used to be the purpose of cinema. The purpose of cinema was to show you something you could not see anywhere else. I watched Scarface, the 1980s Scarface, which, can you believe it, folks? It's one of those classics I have never actually seen. I know all about it. I've heard all about it. I never actually sat and watched it. I sat and watched it with Al Pacino, say hello to my little friend. That movie, oh my God. That film is incredible all the way through. The only part of it I didn't like was the credits. The title sequence at the beginning, it was so slow and boring. All right, fine, enough. I skipped it. Rest of it, though, I was like, this is incredible. And I can tell that Vince Gilligan loves Scarface, the Al Pacino Scarface, because there were no less than, I think there were at least 2, possibly 3 actors in that Scarface film who were in Breaking Bad. The guy who plays Don, what was his name? Don Eladio, that's like Gus Fring's rival. That guy was one of the main actors in Scarface. And then another guy, the guy who plays Hector Salamanca, was in Scarface, the original Scarface movie. And you could just tell that, and of course, I've heard Vince Gilligan has said that like his idea for Walter White was, could like an ordinary guy turn into Scarface? That was kind of his concept for Breaking Bad. And you can totally tell because that Breaking Bad was very much influenced by the film Scarface. Freaking brilliant, folks. Like freaking, and I'm like, and then I gotta watch Loki, and I'm like, oh, God. So we'll talk about that. Hail, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter, formerly X. I'm sorry, wait, I got that. Oh no, I screwed it. X, formerly Twitter. So check us out on all those. And what do we got in the chat? The chat's already going. We got, the captain has promoted several of our regulars here to commissioned officers of the watch, aka mods. And so welcome to all the mods / brilliant supporters. That would be, let's just go through, shall we? Hail, Melodic Method, nice to see you here. Disney can Ahsoka my family jewels. I feel you on that. Polo Surf, where you been, Polo? I was thinking about you the other day, Polo Surf. I was like, who was one of the first ever chatters on my YouTube channel was Polo Surf, and I was like, I miss Polo Surf. So welcome aboard, hail, and also there's a nautical reference in your title, and I like that as well. Fu Man Blue's in the chat. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Good to see you as always. A mainstay of the Discord. By the way, the link to the Discord's in the chat. Join us. Join us if you like. Wrangler is aboard. Hail, Wrangler. Star Fury, my British rival. My British rival in the service is aboard as well. How much lithium have you got to be able to argue the Marvels will be good? No, you know what's so funny about it, Starfear? We're talking, the Reddit boards, just they're not like the blue-haired wackos, nor are they super based. They're just your average middle of the road blue pill. They just see Marvel content and they just, and let me give you an example. One of the questions that was asked on the Reddit board was, were people this nitpicky about Marvel back during phase 1 through 3? And there was a Redditor who responded, oh yes, it was just as bad. People were criticizing Iron Man 2 for not being that good. They were criticizing, what were some of the other things? They were irritated about. Well, they actually were several different critiques. The jokes, the quippy jokes. I remember that. I remember during Marvel, I actually defended the jokes during phases 1 through 3 because a lot of people would be like, I really don't like how they're always wisecracking all the time. And I said, look, even in war movies, the guys in the trenches are wisecracking. Like that makes sense to me. But the difference is back then, most of the time, it was not meta humor that was undermining the tension or undermining the drama, or literally just a thinly veiled criticism of superheroes and comics in general. It was, when Iron Man is saying to Thor, "Doth mother know thou wearest her drapes?" Like, that's funny because Thor looks odd to Tony Stark, who is he's like a total hipster. He's a wisecracking guy to begin with. The fact that he sees a guy who's acting uber serious and he's dressed like, this medieval character, that makes sense that Tony Stark in that world would find that amusing and make fun of him. That's how Tony Stark does things. But then they just turned every character into that, and it doesn't work. But anyway, my point is, I see these Redditors, and that's what they're arguing about. Just like, oh, this is just normal criticism. And for a moment, I felt a little bit of sympathy. I was like, I can understand just wanting to enjoy it. Wait. I mean, nothing happened in Secret Invasion. Nothing happened in She-Hulk. Nothing happened in any of nothing happened in Ahsoka. Nothing happened in Obi-Wan. If you like this stuff at this point, nothing happened in Mandalorian season 3. If you keep enjoying this stuff, I can't help you. Okay. Look, you're welcome. Please join me in the chat. You're welcome on the Captain's Cast. I will never shame anyone for loving anything. But I will advocate for better, because you, my dear sailors and Starnuts, you deserve better. Yes. I will try not to highlight chats that are just, internal comments. I don't want to, it's only because I don't want to put anyone on the spot. That's the only reason I say that. All comments are welcome, of course. Wrangler says, it's kind of sad. I watched Miss Marvel, crappy show, but the personality of Kamala Khan, as portrayed by Iman Vellani, was a lot of fun. Get some good writers before you ruin this young lady's career. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. I feel so bad for some of these actors that are getting sucked into all this. You know what I really feel bad for is, I forget her name, but the actress who played Reva. I feel bad for people like that. I don't know how much of this crap she buys into, but they immediately get roped into this racial division thing, or they get roped into the whole sexism, misogyny thing, or they get roped into the whole LGBT thing. And they are being manipulated. They're being manipulated by these corporate assholes. I look at, in fact, I should grab that headline about Kathleen Kennedy just being put on blast about how how they just don't get Star Wars and what it is. Let me grab that headline for you, because it's sort of on this subject. But they're being manipulated and used. And South Park is about to put them all on blast because we've got Into the Pandaverse. Are you excited for this? Anyway. A character like Miss Marvel could be really charming. They could be really charming if they're done properly, if they actually tell a story. I think part of the problem is Disney Plus. They do not understand how to make TV. They have no clue. And frankly, a lot of the streamers are not great at it either. And of course, you probably heard a lot of the rumors going around that these streaming companies are starting to figure out that the old school model of creating a TV pilot, getting a half season order, then earning your way to a full season order, then earning a second season order. That's the model, folks. That is the model. You have to earn your success. And what's so sad is they just churn out 8 episodes of filler with almost nothing happening, and a character that is mostly likable. She is. She's likable. She could have a fun story. She's just in the wrong vehicle. So it's not fair to her. And it disappoints me because, look, I know that Gen V is a bit of a divisive topic, and understandably so. I flat out said it is the woke show. It is a woke show, and it is what I consider the exception that proves the rule that woke storytelling is garbage. And I quite enjoy Gen V. And let me tell you, one of the things I enjoyed about Gen V is the fact that they use the actual superpowers in a clever and interesting way. The actual tactics and strategies of the superpowers, and then also not just how they actually like fight each other, but actually the way that the characters make moral decisions in the world based on the superpowers they have. Believe it or not, that's what Marvel and DC Comics used to do with superpowers. And if you told that kind of a story, not specifically the moral tone of the story of Gen V, but if you told that kind of a story where we're actually using superhero powers in interesting ways, characters like Miss Marvel could be great. They could be. And we should also have some male characters as well. That would also be nice. It would be nice if Nick Fury was, have we forgotten, just so you know, the current state of Marvel, if I can find it. Do I still have that clip? I don't think I have. Dang it, I deleted it. Damn it, past Captain. Why did you do that? Anyway, I had a whole clip of of Nick Fury just making out with his just sucking face with his Skrull wife. Oh my god. Look, I'm not against romance in a superhero story, but for God's sake, what the hell is even that, as the phrase goes? Oh.
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off! Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
Thanks, ass. I had it on loop. Oops. Back to the comments. Tom is in the chat. Hail, Tom. I know the chat's crazy. The captain can't even keep it. Eric Mar. My God. Black Knight is in the chat. That is the auteur of the Star Shatter science fiction novel series. Check it out. Those of you supporting the Iron Age. Eric Mar, so good to see you. So good to see you. Everybody's here. Oh, yes, the Pandaverse. Oh, my God. Folks, maybe we should do a watch party for the Pandaverse, because you don't even know how excited I am for this. And Alan Ing on Film Threat, Hat Tip Film Threat, made a somewhat blue pill kind of statement today. He's super cool, very based. I like Alan, but he made this comment about how he loves Matt Stone and Trey Parker because they make fun of both sides, and it used to be that's how comedy was. We made fun of both sides, and I actually kind of took a little issue with that, because I'm set, even 10 years ago, even 15 years ago, I don't think that most comedians did what I don't think very few writers of a TV show have ever done what Matt Stone and Trey Parker have done. From the very beginning, Matt Stone and Trey Parker have always made fun of conservatives. They've always made fun of liberals. They've made fun of the media. They've made fun of religious people. They make fun of absolutely everyone. It's excellent. If you're not sometimes offended by something they do on the show, well, then you're not watching the show. Like, if you are a human, you're going to be offended by something they do on that show. And it's brilliant. They used to make so much fun of Mormons, and then they'd make fun of Christians. And then one day they made fun of the Scientologists. And I think it was Isaac Hayes, who played Chef. He quit the show over that because he was a Scientologist. And they were like, dude, you had no problem with us making fun of Muslims and, every other group, Christians, Mormons, all of them. And now suddenly you have a problem. Now we want to make fun of Scientologists. Well, bye. And so they made a whole episode where Chef turns out to be a pedo. It's like, oh my God. I think that's what it was, right? It wasn't it that they totally just skewered Chef's character. Oh, that was vindictive as hell, folks. Foodman Blue on Rumble with a $5 Rumble rant. Well, thank you. Hail, Foodman Blue. Captain salute, sir. Captain salute. Overtime money coming your way, Captain. Well, we're not even. Overtime is hours away. Hours away still. Whereas I have Eric Mars emojis. They're still up there. There's a lot going on, folks. And Wrangler with a super chat. I should be able to highlight. Can I highlight it? Yes, I can. With a 420 super chat from Wrangler, Star Shatter rocks. That's right. Hat tip to the Star Shatter universe sci-fi, written by Eric Marr in the chat, a.k.a. Black Knight. Check it out. And Star Fury, not to be outdone, with a £2 sterling super chat. Panderverse, Tom is still in the closet. Why are you being mean to Tom? Tom's a good egg. Oh, I'll let the chat work. Star Fury, hey, look, if you join the Discord and you want to troll here on the Swords and Starships vessel of entertainment exploration, you're welcome to, but just be warned. Star Fury's out there. He's out there, folks. You never know. I'm just saying. Tom says, hey, I'm out. No, Tom is, Tom can handle himself. Tom is a squire of infinite talents. Infinite. Well, thank you. Look, 3 super chats in as many minutes. I am honored. Your captain is honored. And that, you know what? That's pressure. That's pressure because that means I got to put on a good show. And I got to tell you, I really phoned it in today. What do I do? What do I do? Quick.
To pilot. And Hu Yang.
I'm just kidding. All right, cool. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just turn over the whole show. I'll just turn over the whole show to Az.
Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
And on that note, let us pull up a headline, shall we? I have a story for you just to get us warmed up today. Just to get us warmed up. This from Bounding Into Comics. Why the heck not? Star Wars producer Howard Kazanjian decimates Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams and Lucasfilm sequel trilogy. They didn't understand the story. Now, I found this kind of fun. I want to do a couple of pull quotes from this one. Star Wars producer Howard Kazanjian decimated the Walt Disney Company's handling of the sequel trilogy, noting that the filmmakers behind The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi didn't understand the story. You got that. You can say that again. For those unfamiliar with Kazanjian, he produced The Empire Strikes Back, The Return of the Jedi, Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Rookie, Demolition Man. By the way, Demolition Man, scary, folks. Watch that one again. It was right about everything. It was right about everything except cryogenic stasis. That's the only thing it got wrong. In the late J.W. Rinsler's Howard Kazanjian, A Producer's Life, Kazanjian says, generally speaking, I think that the filmmakers on The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi didn't understand the story. They didn't understand what a Jedi Knight was all about. That's the simplest way to put it. Skywalker's the story, and I think that's what they failed at. I'm not talking about just Mark Hamill as Skywalker. It's the overall psychological story of Skywalker and, of course, the Jedi Knights. The ardent fans know more about the storyline than the filmmakers. Bingo! Got to hit the cough button here for a second. And we continue. Kazanjian is not alone in his opinion. Marcia Lucas, George Lucas's ex-wife and one of the editors on A New Hope, shared a similar opinion. She said, I like Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy. I always liked her. She was full of beans. She was really smart and really bright, really wonderful woman. And I liked her husband, Frank Marshall. I liked them a lot. Okay. Look, I have friends I like that, have terrible opinions about things. Okay. So, however, she then noted, now that she's running Lucasfilm and making movies, it seems to me that Kathy Kennedy and J.J. Abrams don't have a clue about Star Wars. They don't get it. And J.J. Abrams is writing these stories. When I saw that movie where they kill Han Solo, I was furious. I was furious when they killed Han Solo. Absolutely, positively, there was no rhyme or reason to it. Ugh. Lucas continued. She wasn't done, folks. I thought, you don't get the Jedi story. You don't get the magic of Star Wars. You're getting rid of Han Solo? And then at the end of this last one, The Last Jedi, they have Luke disintegrate. They killed Han Solo. They killed Luke Skywalker. And they don't have Princess Leia anymore. And they're spitting out movies every year. And they think it's important to appeal to a woman's audience. So now their main character is this female who's supposed to have Jedi powers, but we don't know how she got Jedi powers or who she is. It sucks. The storylines are terrible. Just terrible. Awful. Lucas added, you can quote me. J.J. Abrams, Kathy Kennedy, talk to me. I just thought, boy, I thought, she was being super nice. Oh, they're really great people. And then she freaking went after him. That would be George Lucas's wife, Marcia Lucas. And, I found that interesting for a couple of reasons. I remember defending, to my great and everlasting shame, I remember defending the death of Han Solo right after the Force Awakens film because I thought that there was emotional weight to it. It was the idea that like his son had fallen to the dark side and he was trying to save his son and he failed. And of course, that denied us the opportunity to have the three together. And I missed that. I missed that point. But, that was back when I thought they were setting up a payoff. I thought they were setting up something that was going to be better. And you have to remember that the prequels were not liked. The prequels were generally considered to have been subpar. And so people were very excited about the prospect of The Force Awakens doing it right. Look, I hate to say this, but as much as people love to shit on that line, this will begin to make things right, I remember a lot of people sort of liking that line who did not like the prequels, who thought, no, the OG trilogy is the OG. And they thought, hey, that's a nice little dig at the prequels because they screwed things up. The prequels screwed things up. There was midichlorians, there was child Anakin, there was all those problems. And so there were voices who kind of liked the idea that The Force Awakens was setting things right. Look, I am at my core a storyteller, and I have to admit, at first I thought as a storyteller that was an interesting idea, killing off Han Solo, because it meant there was a sense of stakes to Kylo. I thought Kylo Ren was the most interesting character in the beginning. And I thought that was because they were turning the Sith journey on its head. Instead of it being about a Jedi falling to the dark side, it was a dark side user who was tempted by the light side. Now, I thought that was interesting and inventive because instead of them just rehashing the old story of a good guy, wrestling with the dark side, why not a bad guy wrestling with the light side? I thought that was kind of interesting. And I thought, based on what they were laying the foundation for, that there was a lot of potential there. And I think I was right about that. I think there was a lot of potential there. The problem is Rian Johnson happened. And and in retrospect, in the fullness of time, that was absolutely the wrong call. And by the way, Kurtzman has taught me this lesson as well, that, because I used to be somewhat okay with a future Star Trek story revisiting a past character, like the J.J. Abrams films, the Star Trek 2009. I was basically okay with that, even though it wasn't truly a Star Trek film, because there wasn't really any deep philosophical themes. The fact that, Zachary Quinto and Chris Pine seemed to get the friendship between Kirk and Spock right, that was enough for me to say, I'm okay with this. I now see what they do with Spock's character in Strange New Worlds, what they are doing with Kirk and his brother. They dragged his brother into the story, for Christ's sake, and with Pike's character. And it's now I see the absolute lunacy of that, because you have in Force Awakens Finn, Poe, and Rey, who all could have been super great characters. They all could have been great characters. And even Mahler kind of acknowledges that there were little things about Rey that they were teasing that could have been interesting. Like, why was she left on this planet by her parents and things like that? But it was absolute hubris to consider them on equal footing with the OG characters of Luke, Han, and Leia. That was the mistake. You should never have considered Luke, Han, and Leia are up here, and Rey, Finn, and Poe are way the hell down here. And if they want to get up here, they're going to have to earn it over the course of 3 films. And so that is the captain acknowledging one of his very rare errors. So, but they're absolutely right. Now that we've seen Obi-Wan Kenobi and we've seen Ahsoka and we've seen all these films, I absolutely agree with that statement. These people don't understand Star Wars any more than Kurtzman understands Star Trek. The Jedi story is a hero's journey. It is a Epic of Gilgamesh story. And it is in the hands of people who don't understand that kind of storytelling. They just don't. So is the Rebel stream going good? Okay, good. Just want to... All right. Well, how did I get on that tangent? What else we got? Melodic method, in my opinion, the real problem with Disney Star Wars films is they had no plan across the three films. That alone could have helped a lot. Absolutely. In fact, you know what? I discovered a channel that, because I've never read the books, and now I kind of regret that I didn't. I never read Heir to the Empire, and I just started watching this YouTube video that just goes through the story of Heir to the Empire. It's actually research for a video I'm working on. I'm going to fix Ahsoka, folks. I'm going to fix it. And I've been going through this Heir to the Empire story, and I got to tell you, my God, everything Filoni needed was right there. It was right there. If he had just adapted, and literally he could have character swapped. Well, he would have had to. He could have simply character swapped a couple of the characters. For example, okay, Balon, right, as played by Ray Stevenson. Everyone loves Balon. What the hell is he about? What's his whole deal? Well, he could have simply been the character that they swapped for the Heir of the Empire. There's basically a dark side. What would you say? I guess a Sith who died during Darth Vader's purge of the Jedi, if I'm not mistaken, or he was a Jedi or he's a Sith. I'd have to go back to. Anyway, he was killed by Darth Vader and then cloned, and now he's back, and Grand Admiral Thrawn needs him because he's the only defense Thrawn has against Jedi Force powers. Now that's freaking brilliant. And I thought, now that could have been Balon. That could have been Balon. Balon is Thrawn's defense against the one thing he can't outmaneuver tactically. So there was all kinds of great stuff in Heir to the Empire. So it could have absolutely worked. It could have worked, but they just, not with this equipment, folks. Not with this equipment. Now, what else do we have to talk about today? Because there's so much. So let's just get Loki out of the way. Let's just do it. Rip off this Band-Aid. I start watching this thing. Now, I've heard what everyone's been saying about it. I watched Friday Night Tights, Hat Tip Nerdrotic, and I saw kind of what everyone had to say about it, and I was like, oh God, I can't deal with this. Look, I said this about Ahsoka, right? I watched all of the episodes, and at first I was critiquing every episode. At first I was coming on this channel and I was saying, this is what I thought about episode 2. This is what I thought about episode 3. And then I was like, you know what I'm doing every single time? I'm saying the same things over and over and over again. It was a bunch of women with their arms crossed talking about nothing. It was a bunch of member berries that had no dramatic weight, tension, or purpose. It was more getting strung along with not much payoff. So my review was the same for every single episode. I'm like, dude, what's the point of watching Loki season 2? I'm just going to be telling you the same thing every single time. Long, boring, rambling conversations. The TVA thing. I'm not even as warm to the TVA thing as like Gary and some of the others are. Like people who are fans of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy seem to like the TVA. I find it off-putting. I find it out of place in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In fact, it was the one thing about season 1 right off the bat I didn't like, but I was open to it because it was mysterious and I was curious about it. And unfortunately, that curiosity was not rewarded. And so now I'm watching it and I'm thinking, you know what it is? It's gigantism. It is the modern filmmaker's obsession with gigantism. What do I mean by that? Well, if you are a fan of World War II history, as I am, but you're probably like, where is he going with it? Just stick with me on this, okay? One of the big mistakes, there's a great book, The Second World Wars by Victor Davis Hanson. Just if you're a history buff, you've got to read this book. It's absolutely fantastic. Anyway, he compares how the Allies were, thought strategically in terms of like producing weapons of war and how the Axis thought. The Allies, once the Allies figured out a tank worked, like the Sherman tank, it's a mid tank, but it works well. It's reliable. It doesn't break down very often. And we can make 3 of them for every Panzer. So they just spam Sherman tanks. As soon as they figured out, and I'm not great with like the numbers on the individual models, but I think it's like the B-2 bomber. You know, it's like once we figured out the bomber, the long range bomber that worked well, we just spammed those. We just made as many of them as we could. Now, how did the Axis think? Well, the Axis were obsessed with gigantism. They wanted the biggest battleship ever. They wanted the most powerful tank ever. They wanted the biggest railway artillery gun ever. They wanted the fastest rocket ever. And so they wasted, you know, in today's terms, billions of dollars on boondoggles that sometimes produced results, but it was too little too late. You know, it's like right about the time that the Germans were losing to Russia, they had come out with the new Tiger II tank that was like the biggest, baddest, most devastating tank Germany had ever produced. The problem was it was too late. They made like 16 of them and they never hardly made it to the front. And by then they were losing badly. Rather than put all of that money into something that worked well and just spam it, right? Which is how the Allies thought, practicality versus gigantism. Well, I'm here to tell you that the Disney Star Wars filmmakers, the Marvel filmmakers, the DC filmmakers, they are like, I don't mean morally, I just mean in terms of how they think creatively. They're like the Axis. They basically are obsessed with gigantism. They're like the biggest CGI fight, the most multiverses, the biggest, baddest this, the worst, awfulest that. And it's like, and so you see the TVA, and it's just millions and millions of stories. Kurtzman Trek, they take a fleet of all they do is just copy and paste thousands of the exact same Starfleet design in season 2 of Picard. And then you've got what was it? The Last Jedi. What am I thinking of? The Rise of Skywalker. That's what I'm looking at. The Rise of Skywalker. You have that fleet on Exegol, and it's you get a Death Star Ray, and you get a Death Star Ray. We get thousands of destroyers just chilling on Exegol, and like, okay, you know what? Don't I have anything else I could throw at these resistance? Oh, wait, we've got that whole fleet of thousands of destroyers. Yeah, get that. Throw that in there. It's like as if it were an afterthought. And I'm thinking, it's gigantism. It's gigantism, folks. They're obsessed with it. You know, and this is the thing. Like weak-minded people, in my view, are obsessed with that rather than a good old-fashioned piece of practical storytelling, which is, hey, if you just take a character who's got a couple problems, something's missing in their life, they have a yearn for adventure, and they get an opportunity to go off and fight the Empire. Yeah, it's a story as old as time, but it works, and people like it. How about we just tell that story? Or how about this? Daredevil, on Netflix, one of the greatest superhero adaptations I've ever seen. It's very simple. There's no multiverses. There's no time travel. There's no aliens from outer space. It's just he is a guy that's blind who has these superhuman abilities, and he goes out and he fights human traffickers. He fights gangsters. He fights the organized crime. It's a great story. It's simple. It's low to the ground. It's gritty. It works. That's the difference, I think, is Disney is obsessed with gigantism, and I think good filmmakers, such as the filmmakers of Dune, they understand how to make actually great film. So I watched Dune instead of Loki, which is now back to Loki though. So I watched some of Loki season 2, and I thought, I'm tired of the gigantism without any plot behind it. I don't care about all the timelines. None of this makes sense. None of this lines up. The fact that Loki is not even the character that he was, Mahler had a great point. He's like, there's a moment when Loki, I did see this part of the show where Loki jumps onto this truck to escape the TVA, and because they're chasing him, because in this timeline they don't remember who he is. Who cares? Anyway, he's fleeing from them, and in the course of his escape, he winds up damaging the truck. He just barely manages to get to safety, but the poor unfortunate woman who's piloting this vehicle, she crashes and falls to her death. And then Loki just looks at the security guys and says, well, she's probably okay. And I thought that, and I had exactly the same reaction Mahler did. I'm like, I like that. That actually suggests the Loki that we knew. He's a bad guy. Dude, do you know how good this show could be if they would just let him be a bad guy? It would totally work. You could totally do a sympathetic anti-hero character. It would absolutely work. Look, Walter White is the bad guy. He's the bad guy, but it's so much fun to watch him be the bad guy because he has things about him that are just enough of a save the cat that we're willing to like be invested in him. It's fun to root for the bad guy sometimes, especially when it's our bad guy, right? Like if it's a bad guy that is being aimed at worse bad guys, I think that is super fun. I think that is a lot of fun and that could really work. The problem with Loki is he's not recognizable as that character. So I'm sorry, folks. I am bored to tears. I am so bored with all things Marvel. I'm so bored with look, every single thing Disney Plus does is the same. It's the same. Secret Invasion was identical to me to Ahsoka, which is bizarre. It was the same exact problems. It was the same exact problems as Mandalorian Season 3. It's identical. And I think part of the reason why it's so identical is because, we're not allowed to have authentic romance or sexual tension, because even Nick Fury's relationship with his Skrull wife is based on the fact that it is a racial allegory. It's a racial allegory about, and also a body positivity allegory at the same time. You just want me to look human because that's the only way you'll be attracted to me. But if I were to transition into what I really am, would you still be sexually attracted to me? And it's like that. And it's like, dude, that's not a romantic story. I don't fucking care, dude. That's gross. I don't want anything to do with that. So it's like every one of these shows, it's the same shit. There's no romance. There's no heroism. There's no male energy. And there is no purpose for every single dialogue. None. No purpose ever. It's just, I am a Mandalorian. This is the way. Is this the way? Have you seen the Mythosaur? Yes, I have seen the Mythosaur. Should I have seen? What does that mean? Should I have seen the Mythosaur? Yes. If you saw the Mythosaur, that means you're the leader of our people, because the leader of our people is, in legend, has seen the Mythosaur. Well, in that case, I have seen the Mythosaur. It's like, oh my God, I can't take the way these dialogues work in these shows. They're just circular. Okay. So in lieu of continuing to rant about this, because yes, this is devolved into a captain rampage about how fucking tired I am of this shit. And you know what it is? They feed it all through the algorithm wood chipper. We live in that movie, that Christian Bale film. What was it called? God, it's the one where they're not allowed to have emotions. Help me out here, chat. What was that one? Was it? It's like right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, someone will come up with it. And they're not allowed to have emotions. And people who discover things like things like art have to be burned because if people see art, it'll make them feel something. I really think that's the world we live in with these DC, Marvel, and Star Wars properties now. It's like we're not allowed to feel normal human emotions. Like let me give you one example, right? Men, I think, part of the male power fantasy, certainly when I was a kid growing up looking at, like comic books with superheroes, it was the dude saving the chick from danger, right? It was Spider-Man swinging in to save Mary Jane. Like that's something guys like, right? Now, I'm not saying you can't have strong women who occasionally save the dude. I'm totally fine with that too. I think it's fun to play with tropes. But I'm saying that's just one trope that we're not allowed to have anymore. And it's like, but that's a trope that I think both men and women do enjoy to varying degrees. We both enjoy that trope. A strong, handsome superhero saves, his girlfriend. Like that's something that appeals to both. But the problem is we're not allowed to have it because some stupid ideological narrative says that it's wrong. It's wrong that we feel that. And you know what's happening? We're being dehumaned. We're being stripped of our humanity. The best example of this is Ezra and Sabine having this boring small talk and avoiding discussing anything relevant to the plot. It was unreal. It was unbelievable. So we're going to do something else, okay? We're going to do something else. We're going to watch hat tip to a YouTuber named Grizzy. Now, Grizzy, please, con permiso, mi amigo. Please forgive me for using so much of your content. The link is in the description. Please give him a follow. Please give him a like. But I can't help myself. This is too good. I just have to share this with you. All right, here we go. I have not seen this. This is Loki Shills reacting to Loki. This is how I'm going to experience Loki.
Make it back. Right, but when I use this thing, I might not make it back.
Oh, what was he gonna say? Was he gonna confess his love?
I would like to volunteer to take this old bird out of her misery.
We'll see how this one goes. Eric Barr, you want to do a scream with Grizzy?
And the wait is over.
Joygasm! Miss Minutes! Mobius!
Nut Gobbler.
Anything else?
Sylvie!
Bitch.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Oh
Jesus Christ. All right, we're going full fucking Star Wars here. Okay.
Oh, no. No.
Are you retarded? I haven't felt this level of like
Pure
excited
excitement?
anticipation for Marvel in a minute, even as the guy who's cool with Phase 4.
Now I'm gonna bend over. When I do, start fucking.
That's gonna hurt.
But season 2, this is a really strong opener. Yes.
No! I was in the past.
Oh, the past!
Yeah, she is so full of shit. I do not believe this chick. I do not believe that is that exciting to her.
Professor Rensley, I will be proud to lead with you.
Who's that voice? Is that Jonathan Major's voice? That doesn't sound like him.
Right, idiot, yes.
Help me. Hey, what just happened? Just a moment ago, you didn't know.
Oh!
He's been hiding the whole time.
Oh, hell no.
That's who's coming back.
Oh, I just got chills everywhere.
Oh my god.
This is all so crazy! I feel like there's so much happening right now. My brain is like...
Oh, and by
Dude, I think that that to me is telling. That little comment right there. There is so much happening. There is so much happening on the show. Look, if there were so much happening, you would not have to say there is so much happening. That is almost precisely the way that you would say there is nothing happening on this show. Because if there were something happening on the show, don't you think she'd be talking about the thing that is happening? Like, oh my God, Loki just killed that guy. Oh, why did he kill him? Oh my gosh, I thought he was, like that would be like, a plot point. Like that would, but she doesn't have any of that. So all she does is just say, she just says, oh, well, there is really like so much happening. I am stuffed to the rafters with stuff happening. And I just can't even make sense of all that stuff because there's stuff and then there's even more stuff after that stuff. And it's so much stuff that I am at a loss for words for how much of this stuff is stuff.
By the way, this woman is a certified Rotten Tomatoes critic.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That explains a lot. We don't have time.
No way. She is a certified Rotten Tomatoes critic. And the best, and all she can say is that there's so much going on. I gotta go find her review.
Yeah, that looks like his skin is coming out of his bones. You see that?
What did you just say?
That looks like his skin is coming out of his bones.
That looks like his skin is coming out of his bones.
Smack that dumb bitch!
I guess it doesn't look, that bad, but we definitely gotta get you some help.
We love a supportive boyfriend.
Hold on one second.
Here's a little bit of a situation we wanted to run by you.
Yay!
This scene was literally in the trailer, which all of these people watched.
Hey,
My man.
Who is that? Why are they so excited? I don't even know who that is.
I thought you said not too bad, and now you're talking about.
I love this so much.
Of course you do.
Got about an hour. Got about 5 minutes.
Oh, he's like the he's the guy from Everything Everywhere All at Once. He played Short Round. Okay, I kind of vaguely, but I don't. Why are they excited about this? I don't understand.
This episode is already so freaking hilarious.
Anybody who thinks that is funny sits alone at lunch.
Oh, bro!
Wow, this is
I sit
insane.
alone at lunch.
Why only Mobius' skin?
Because he's gonna be out there.
You fucking stupid bitch!
Oh, that's my first chills moment. That is so cool.
Shut the fuck up, man!
Oh, and this is the guy that had a Twitter meltdown because a majority of people did not like the Marvels trailer.
What a fucking cunt.
Shoot!
Go.
Shoot!
Tell that fucking bitch to chill!
Justin!
Chill that fucking bitch out!
There he is!
You remember what Sam Jackson used to be like?
Tell that fucking bitch to chill!
Justin!
Chill that fucking bitch out!
Dude, Samuel L. Jackson has been 100% bitchified. It is unreal how he used to be the man. He was the man in anything he was in. I cannot believe he agreed to be in Secret Invasion. He has been deballed like 100%. It's pathetic.
There he is!
Get him!
Whoa! Yes. Beautiful.
Knock him in! Knock him in! Woo!
Oh, nice! Reunited with your one true love.
Oh my god. Yes, thank you, Chrissy.
Please don't end the episode here. Come on, I want to know about Sylvie!
Translation, she's pissed because there were too many men.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
There's Sylvie. Oh, hang on. Oh, we do have a little extra bit. Okay.
She goes to McDonald's. That's the whole scene.
Yeah, episode 1. That was insanely great.
I think this is probably the best Marvel show.
It sure is for me. It's like the show was personally made for me.
I believe that.
Make sure you check out season 1 of Loki show.
Yes. Thank you, Grizzy. Grizzy performing a service to humanity is the good Esquire Grizzy. Well, that's all I need to see of Loki. I can't even, there you go. Eric Barhat clapping seals. Fu Man Blue. I never knew a single person that was not a fan of Samuel L. Jackson growing up. Dude, the guy was, every role he was in, he brought absolute power and force to it. It was he's one in a generation. And he's been chickified. He's been totally chickified. There you go, Starfield. I give the foreign only girls as a pass as English is not their first language. Star Fury. Be careful. Star Fury's out there, folks. You never know where he's at. This. Yeah. Okay. Loki, of all the Marvel shows, I've got to tell you, I think Loki is probably the one that is the most the thing I was interested in. I would say, actually, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I really liked Falcon. I really liked the Winter Soldier. I really liked Captain America. We all know how that went. But aside from those characters, the idea of Loki as a protagonist, I always thought was one of the really brilliant ideas in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because the simple fact of he's an anti-hero. You can root for the bad guy who's kind of being aimed at worse bad guys, and how interesting that could be. And they've turned him into the equivalent of watching a guy at a corporate office job dealing with office politics, and it's stolen all the magic out of it. And the other cardinal sin of this Loki show is they don't understand how to tell an interesting time travel story. I'll never forget the first introduction I ever had, to the concept of alternate universes, parallel universes is what we used to call them. We used to call them a parallel universe. That was the idea. Was the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, Parallels, in which Worf Worf is coming back, if you'll pardon a Star Trek departure, but this is a nerdy channel. We are on the Swords and Starships channel. Please hit like and subscribe if you're enjoying on Rumble, YouTube, and X, formerly Twitter. And in this episode, Star Trek The Next Generation Parallels, it begins with Worf coming back from a Klingon Batleth tournament in which he has won Grand Champion first place. And he's really excited about it. He's recording a log. He gets back to the Enterprise, and it's kind of a day in the life kind of thing. He's worried they're going to throw him a birthday party, and Riker promises we're not going to throw you a birthday party. But then little things start to appear out of place. Like 1 minute there's a painting on this wall, and the next minute the painting's on the other wall. And then 1 minute a character says one thing, and then in the next scene they say the exact opposite, and they're wearing a totally different outfit. And like these weird little inconsistencies. Like suddenly Data has blue eyes, and he's standing on this side of the table instead of that side of the table. And Worf's like, "What the hell is going on?" And he thinks he's and then Worf discovers that someone says to him like, "Oh, Worf, I'm so sorry that your arm got broken and you lost the tournament." And he's like, "What? I didn't lose the tournament. I took first place." And he's like, "No, you said that someone used an illegal move." And he's like, "That didn't happen." Then I'll prove it to you. He goes to his quarters. He says, "Here's my trophy." And it turns out it's the 9th place trophy. And then he pulls up the log that he recorded. And in the log, he sees himself saying, a guy used an illegal move and I got 9th place and it cost me the tournament. And he's like, "What the hell is going on?" And then slowly but surely, we start to realize that what's happening is Worf is he's shifting through alternate timelines. And there's a whole scene in which they explain why this is happening, the whole theory of alternate timelines. And it slowly unravels. And there's a moment when all the timelines start to converge and enterprises start appearing from other timelines. And like one of the Enterprises, the Borg have taken over, and they've taken all this battle. The Borg are everywhere. Riker's got like a beard and he looks all crazy and post-apocalyptic. He's like, "The Borg are everywhere. You have to let us stay. We can't go back." Just cool shit like that. And my whole point is the whole mystery of the episode, you didn't discover until like the 3rd act of the episode that there even were parallel timelines. Most of the episode was just a psychological story about Worf, who is, the man is the absolute epitome of practicality and professionalism. So the fact that he sounds crazy is really having a lot of fun with his character, because it's very against his character to be the one that's making crazy claims. But also it's just the fact that he is presented with things that could have been, because in one of the timelines, Deanna is his wife. And he finds that idea shocking, but then the more he spends time with this version of Deanna, he realizes he can see himself with her. And in following episodes, they start to imply that Worf had a thing for Deanna, and he did. And Riker wound up getting Deanna in the end. And they kind of played with that later. But my point is, the purpose of the alternate timelines was to tell an interesting story about Worf. And to tell an interesting story about Worf and his life. Missed opportunities. Things that could have been that were not. And it was to present the intriguing idea of parallel realities that exist next to our own. You compare that with something like Loki, and you basically have the same kind of plot device, and it's totally wasted. Well, there's another great episode of Star Trek, the original series, The City on the Edge of Tomorrow, I believe it was, where Bones goes back in time, saves a woman's life, but because he saves her life, she is able to then successfully argue. I believe she argues against the creation of the atomic bomb. It's like in World War II times. And because of that, the Axis wins World War II, and it ruins all of history. And so Kirk has to go back and stop Bones from saving the woman's life in order to preserve the timeline. And the story is not the time. It's not the timelines. The story is not the timelines. The story is, what is the value of a single human life? Is it more valuable to preserve history and a better timeline and all the lives that would save? Or, as Bones is sort of arguing in the show, like he was, you have to, her life is worth something. You have to save her. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the consequences. I'm here. I can stop this bad thing from happening. I'm obligated to. There's a moral and philosophical argument that is taking place. And the time travel, mostly as used in Star Trek, is used as a tool to tell an interesting human story and to look at things from a different lens. And the reason I bring that up is because when I watch Loki, I see the possibilities of that kind of storytelling and I get excited. I get excited because I'm like, well, this could be interesting. Loki shifting through other times, experiencing things that could have been coming. What if he literally went into a timeline where he's at the moment where think about this for a second. Sorry to interrupt myself, but I just had a thought of how this could be interesting. What if they totally committed to the idea that this is the Loki of Avengers movie 1, right? Where he's still a bad guy. And frankly, the whole season 1 is just one thing. The only thing Loki wants in season 1 is to get back and fix what he did wrong and take over Earth. That's all he wants. He doesn't give a shit about Mobius. He doesn't give a shit about the TVA. He's manipulating them. He's lying to them. Like in the first couple episodes, he fights them a little bit. He tries to resist and escape because he thinks he's so badass he can do it. But they keep defeating him because they have all this technology. They know all of his dirty tricks. So then he gets smart. And in episodes 4 or 5 or so, he starts pretending to be a good guy. And he's like, oh, yes, Mobius, I will help you do this and I will help you do that. And you can even weave in the Sylvie character, and she's maybe the little Jiminy Cricket on his shoulder. Who knows? Anyway, I think you delete her and just make it a buddy love story between him and Mobius. I think that would have been great. It's a buddy love story. They become sort of unlikely friends by the end, and it's Mobius that helps him discover his humanity. But this is my point. You get to about the 7th or 8th episode of Loki season 1. He's still bad Loki, but he's been softening a little because he's been going on these adventures with Mobius and it's been changing him a little bit. And then he is literally transported for some important reason to the moment when Thanos killed his alter self. So he never saw the video. He never saw it. Well, maybe he did, but it didn't faze him because who cares? That's some other dude. That's not me. So he saw the video of his life and he's like, well, that's cute. But that guy's a pussy, and I'm grateful I was spared the fate of becoming that guy because I have planets to conquer, and that would have been cool. But now we get to the end of the season. Loki comes face to face with the moment where his alter ego is killed by Thanos, and it deeply affects him because it forces him to confront things he had never considered before. And plus all the adventures he's gone on up to this point would be feeding into that. And so the end of season 1 would be Loki becoming kind of a hero. Still with problems. He's still the guy that's like, oh, she's probably fine. He could still be that guy. And it would be great and delightful. And, it's kind of there's even a moral question about should we be using this guy, to save the world? And I think that is how you would use time travel and alternate timelines in a way to tell an interesting story about Loki. And to tell an interesting story about his adventures. It's incredible how often the writers of these Marvel, Star Wars, DC properties, it's amazing how often they don't know what's sitting right in front of them. They don't understand because they're so focused. They're so focused on we want everyone to like Loki. Everyone must like Loki now. So Loki's now good guy. So what we'll do is we'll have him watch a video and it will change his mind about everything. And he'll be back to the Loki we like because that's just what we want. And it's the short-sightedness of that is astounding. The short-sightedness, because think of how interesting it would have been for the whole first season to be about Loki becoming that guy again over the course of 8 episodes. Instead of squandering that opportunity for all that interesting drama, squandering that on a 5-minute stupid video, a dumb plot device, so we can just have the Loki we want to have. So I guess what I'm getting at is time travel and alternate realities are very interesting when they are in the hands of actual science fiction writers who understand the potential of the concept, who appreciate it, who are intrigued by it, who want to present an intriguing idea. And let's face it, folks, that is primarily, not exclusively, but it tends to be a male interest in storytelling, the technical ideas of time travel and alternate realities and faster than light. That tends to be something men are more into generally. And women tend to be a little bit more into the human relationships. Now, you can have an interesting story of both sides, but you cannot shortchange the science fiction element. And that is really why I cannot be bothered with Loki. I just can't, because they have squandered this concept and there was so much potential. And also, I think that there's a lot of Rick and Morty, Guardians of the Galaxy kind of impersonation going on with all these shows, because I feel that Loki is really an impersonation of better written things that are in their proper place. They're quirky, they're odd. That's where they belong. Anyhow, Wrangler says they don't have to try when they think they're the only ticket in town. Well, those days are ending. Those days are ending. Eric Mar says they don't even try to understand how to do better. Well, listen, you've got to have an interest. You've got to have an interest in the material. You know, I was such a dork. Like when I watched it, I mean, was probably, I'm probably being very generous with that. However, using the past participle, I was a total dork watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, because my favorite parts of the show were the tech talk. The tech talk was my favorite part of the show, which all the writers, that was their least favorite part. The writers like Rick Berman, who are great writers, Brandon Braga, Ronald D. Moore, they hated the tech talk. In fact, in their future projects, they were dead set on removing a lot of the tech talks. They just didn't want it anymore. I liked it. I liked it when they were talking about the magnetic constrictor and the antimatter intermix and the the static warp shell and the modified deflector pulse and the Heisenberg compensators in the transporter. Like, I was glued to all of that stuff. I loved it because I wanted to know. I wanted to know how that ship worked. Because I wanted to build it. Let's just be honest. I wanted it to be real. I wanted the Enterprise to be real. And so a part of me was like, okay, if I could just get enough, if I could just watch this closely enough, I'm going to figure out how to build an Enterprise. I'm being facetious, but you get my point, right? That's kind of where my spirit was anyway. My spirit was, how can this work? How could this work for real? I loved that stuff. And these writers don't love that stuff. They don't. They think it's boring. They think it's dorky. It's nerdy. They think it's that they don't think that can be used in good storytelling. And they're so wrong about that. They are so wrong about that. And, something that's interesting is Gen V is proving that, because Gen V, which is a show that satirizes superheroes, seems to actually be interested in what the implications of those powers would actually be. Oddly, Marvel and DC writers do not seem interested in what the actual implications of the powers would be. All they care about is how it gets them to the next gigantic CGI fight. That's all they care about. How does this get us to the next giant CGI, visual garbage? How much more visual garbage will this superpower allow us to show? That's all they care about. It's like Gen V, they actually explore what comic books used to explore, which is, gee, if you had mind control, what kind of a person would that make you? What would you do with it? How would you use it? What are some of the interesting ways you could defeat a far more powerful superhero with that ability? How would a far more powerful superhero defeat someone with that ability? Like, I used to like that show with Dean Cain, The New Adventures of Superman. Anybody watch that show? I watched that a lot in the 90s as a kid. I loved it. And there were a lot of the plots in that show were sort of episodes where Superman, who has all of this power, he has all of this immense power, but how does he defeat a superhero who's invisible? Like, how does he find a guy who's invisible who's stealing jewelry? Well, that's an interesting puzzle for Superman to solve. Granted, that's more of a TV plot than a film plot, but you get my point. Is like, none of these shows explore stuff like that anymore. And I think that even feeds into Star Wars, because it's like, the implications of the Force were super interesting. Now, it just seems like the Force is, it's a red lightsaber. It's a red lightsaber. Oh, that's not why lightsabers are interesting. That's not why lightsabers are cool, because they're blue. No, that's not why they're interesting. Anyway. There you go. I'm just nosing through the chat. Don't mind me. Yeah. Eric Mar says they can't tell a story, period. And you're exactly right. Exactly right. Star Fury says they have stuff on Samuel L. Jackson that has to be the explanation for lots of zeros, which may even be worse. I don't know. Maybe. The Force is a farce, says Eric Marr. Wrangler. The implications of powers. Yes. The implications of powers is interesting. What else do I have in the stack of stuff? I continue. I don't know why. I guess I'm kind of a masochist this way. I keep watching American Horror Story, Delicate. I don't know why. Well, I was scratching my head over this one because I thought, well, usually there's like a high concept in horror that they're going for in every season of American Horror Story. It's like, oh, this one is about, an insane asylum. This one's about a circus carnival. This one is about, the apocalypse, whatever, right? There's always like a high concept and that's kind of the thing that's interesting about American Horror Story. The thing I'm always excited about. Well, I used to be, let's just say I used to be excited about. Well, now they have this series Delicate, which is it's basically a body horror story about a pregnant woman. And there's all this kind of, fuckery going on with creepy devil worshippers that are messing with her baby or something like that. There's all this, it's basically kind of a body horror. But I remember thinking like, what's the concept here? Like, is this Rosemary's Baby? But it doesn't quite fit that exactly. So I'm like, I can't figure it out. And well, then I noticed in the credits, it said it's based on the novel. It's based on the novel Delicate Condition. And dude, it is basically it's like The Handmaid's Tale. Okay. It's like basically it is a total like feminist horror story. And it's so up its own asshole. And that explains a lot. It's just so boring. Oh my God. Every episode. Okay. So like one of the tropes is driving me crazy. And this like 4 episodes in, folks, 4 episodes in, like half of the show, half of it is the main character, Emma, who's pregnant, who's preggers. And she's having all the, she's pregnant one minute, then she's bleeding, and then she's not pregnant, and then she's pregnant again. Who the hell knows? Half of the show is her seeing a weird lady staring at her. And then she's, honey, do you see that weird, creepy lady? And he's like, no, I don't see that weird, creepy lady. Oh, toxic male gaslighter. He doesn't see her. What do you want from the man? It's like the show kind of portrays her husband like he's this evil SOB because he never believes her. But it's like, but what do you want? The guy never sees any of the things she sees. How can he possibly say? That's like, what? So men are, well, you believe all women, I guess, whatever. I mean, fair. I guess if you believe that garbage, whatever. But I feel like the guy gets a lot of heat for the fact that he won't believe her, even though nothing she ever sees is ever there when he looks. And that's half of the show. It's like 5 times an episode. It's like, oh, look, there's a creepy lady over there. Do you see her? And he's like, no, honey. No, babe, I just think you need rest. You've been exhausting yourself. No, I don't. No, I don't need no rest. And you're a mean old bastard. You're a mean old man, and you're cheating on me. And he's like, no, babe, I'm not cheating on you, babe. I swear. It's a pop-up art show. I told you about that, remember? You're cheating on me. Look, do you see her? She's right there. Huh? No, babe, I don't see anyone. It's half of the show. It's half of the show. And I'm like, dude, there's no plot happening. Every time she sees something that isn't there, number 1, it's not scary. Number 2, I've seen this 5 times in every episode. And number 3, it's not scary. I guess that's all I can say. It's just not scary. And I just think some of the body horror isn't bad. Like some of the body horror stuff, all right, there's potential there. But I'm like, dude, this was more of like a 1 episode story. Like if they had done this, they have another series called American Horror Stories, which are single episode stories. So they basically, it's also an anthology show, but it's like Black Mirror. They just do standalone short stories. I think this would have been good for a standalone short story. I think it's terrible. It is terrible as a season. There just is not enough there, and it's really disappointing. So yes, a moment of silence, if you will, for the death of American Horror Story. If you would, doff your caps. Doffing my imaginary cap. Thank you, my dear sailors and starnauts. Yes. Look, I liked American Horror Story in the early days. It was kind of cool. It was like, oh, it's a freak show and there's a killer clown. Oh, cool. So much for that. Eric Marr says, just like when I wrote Super Healing and Star Shatter, yes, it could save your life. However, the regeneration could overwhelm your organism and you can die. That or suffer regeneration shock. Yeah, listen, I think that what has happened is we've overcorrected. It is not that I think women as creatives, artists, writers, they have an enormous amount to contribute to any story. And I have benefited mightily from the advice of fellow women writers. And my editor of my book, also a woman, and I've gotten amazing, great advice and insight, and I couldn't be at my best without it. I think men and women are better. We're better together. We're better together. We really are, because we both have great things to contribute. And I think one of the great things that women creatives contribute is a lot of the dimensions. And I'm not saying it's the only thing. They contribute a lot of other things, but I'm saying they tend to really like some of the most emotionally and psychologically complex stories I've ever read have been by female writers. And I love how they're able to create deeply complex characters sometimes that have inner worlds that are super interesting. I think in the novel space, that's really good. Like I've read fantasy novels series by women that they're incredibly complex and incredibly nuanced, and they tend to be more focused on the relationships of the characters. And I think what male writers, and by the way, this is, I'm not saying that, I'm not speaking in generalities, because both genders contribute all of these things. I'm just saying these are tendencies I'm talking about. And I think that men tend to be a lot more interested in rules, right? Like the intricacies of a magic system. If you do this, it's going to cost you that. And I think that that's kind of it's the more technical side of things, right? I think you need both. I think you need both for good storytelling. You need that emotionality and that psychological complexity. And then you also need like that technical side of like, okay, fine. But if you're going to revive people and it's going to be this wonderful, amazing scene, there has to be a cost. There has to be a cost paid. Now, it turns out that writers of either sex that are talented writers are good at both of these things. Okay. So don't misunderstand. Talented people understand both sides of this. And I've read writers that are too technical, and I've read writers that are too emotional. I tend to think the balance between the two is really the best. And I think one of the great things about Star Trek, at least the way it used to be, is that it married those two things, the philosophical and the psychological with the technical and the speculative. And it was able to marry those things into a story that often was very moving. Star Trek was able to tell incredibly moving stories about in incredibly surprising ways. I always marveled at that with Star Trek, how you could tell this story that it started out as you thought it was just a story about time travel, and it turns out to be a story about loyalty and what it means to sacrifice for the people you care about. It's like that is the thing I loved about Star Trek, is that it was always able to do that. A story about Worf shifting through parallel realities suddenly turns into a story about how he's missed an opportunity with Deanna that he didn't even know he wanted. That is a powerful and interesting story. And yes, that is a good limiter, Fu Man Blue. I agree with you. This is actually kind of the way I look at it too. I think when the way life works is, you never get 100% of what you want, no matter how hard you work, no matter what you do, no matter how lucky you are. I don't think anybody ever gets 100% of what you want, because what you want requires you to get it. It requires you as a person to change. And by the time you get it, you're not the person you were when you first wanted it. Yeah, and so your perspective is different. Plus, reality just turns out differently than you expect. And I think authentic, good writing reflects that. I think good writing reflects that, which is why I do think, you want your characters to not get 100%. One of the best pieces of one of the best compliments I ever got on my writing was a person that I know who read it said, one of the things I like about your characters is they usually get most of what they want, but not everything. And I thought, you know what? I like that. That to me is a sign I accomplished my mission, because they should get a reward for what they are putting into the story, but there has to be a cost. There has to be a price paid. And whenever I've started to get bored with something I'm writing, it's usually because I haven't factored in the real cost of something. It's usually that it's too easy, or it's just by the numbers, or there's nothing on the line. It's like, no, come on, where are the stakes here? And that's the real issue, is you've got it. There has to be a cost, I think, to every good thing that happens in a story. And there has to be a flip side to every bad thing that happens, is the way I see it. And I think that guys like Rian Johnson and Alex Kurtzman and some of these types, this is why I say they're impotent writers, because they've taken that to another extreme, which is they never let their characters get what they want. They never let their characters achieve the thing they're after. That's why Luke is not allowed to be a Grand Jedi. That's why, he's not allowed to be a wise Jedi Master, or any of those things. They can't allow the characters, Poe Dameron is not allowed to be an effective military commander. Instead, he's proven to be, an idiot jock who's blunted at every turn by General Holdo. So there's a flip side to that. There has to be balance. There has to be balance. So there you go. And Star Fury's in the Rumble chat. He said hi ho, and I missed that. Good to see you there, Star Fury. Fu Man Blue took that shit to heart. Poor John Sullivan. He only ever, yes, referring to yours truly, my novel series Blood and Oak, which is a nautical tale, a young midshipman rising through the ranks of the early U.S. Navy, fighting the Barbary Pirates. The link is in the description if you want to check it out. And my main character, John Sullivan, he only ever has enough thing go his way to advance the plot by the skin of his teeth. Captain is a taskmaster. Keep reading, though. Keep reading. That's all I'm going to say. Sometimes, there's like a lag, because I see the chat pop up in the YouTube chat, and then it takes a minute for it to load into the StreamYards. But there you go. Eric Mar says, even with the special magic healing people, when they try doing something big or extreme, they can kill themselves or maim those they're trying to heal. I also think, an emotional or moral cost works as well. One of the things I love, because I for whatever reason, I watched Scarface, which is freaking great movie. Where has that movie been all my life? I watched Scarface, and then that got me excited about Breaking Bad again. So I started watching a little more. I was watching some of my greatest hits of Breaking Bad, and I just marvel at how brilliant it is that every little decision that a character makes in Breaking Bad has a cost. And sometimes that cost does not come back around until the very end. And I just think about, what's a good example? So when Walter White gets caught by his brother-in-law, Hank Schrader, Hank's first, once Hank and Walt have had that epic confrontation where all the cards are on the table, and now the race is on to prove that Walt is the meth dealer. The first thing that both men do is call Skylar. That Walt calls his wife Skylar because he knows Hank is going to want to get to her, but Hank beats him to it, and Hank is already on the phone with her, and he gets Skylar to come to a diner, and he's basically going to have. And at first he hugs her, he gives her this full warm hug. He sits her down. He's like, Skylar, I can't imagine what he's put you through, the abuse. I can't imagine what he's done to you. Here's what's going to happen. I want you to tell me everything that happened. Just, anything you can remember. He gets out a little tape recorder. He starts playing. He said, and we're just going to get it all. And then, and I'll take care of you. I'll make sure everything's good. And Skylar, who's a mess emotionally, says, well, shouldn't I maybe talk to a lawyer? And Hank is like, no. You don't want to talk to a lawyer. If you get a lawyer involved, well, the DA is going to look at you a different way. I'm on your side here. And she's like, well, but Hank, you telling me not to get a lawyer, that kind of sounds like you're not on my side. And so the whole thing kind of falls apart. And I just remember thinking, if Skylar had just confessed right there and had gone with Hank's plan, Hank would still be alive. Steve Gomez would still be alive. Jesse would never have become a slave. Like all those things would never have happened if Skylar had just allowed Hank to have his way in that moment. And then there's another scene where it's like Jesse is he's gonna leave town. Walter White convinces him to leave town because the heat is on, and Jesse's gonna go. And this will solve all of Walt's problems. Hank will never be able to catch Walt if Jesse leaves town. And Jesse's going. But then he pulls out like a marijuana joint and he starts smoking it. I said that totally like an old dad. He pulled out a joint of the illicit substance known as marijuana, and he began to smoke it as they do. And so he starts smoking it, and Saul Goodman, the great and mighty character Saul Goodman, says, "Hey, you can't light up a doob in here. Are you crazy? The guy won't take you if you don't." Well, Jesse's kind of fighting him on it. So what does Saul do? He goes and tells Huel, his bodyguard, to like lift it, like pickpocket it out of Jesse's pocket for his own good, forgetting that that's the exact same thing he had Huel do back in when he stole the cigarette with the ricin, which created all that fallout. So if you don't know Breaking Bad, then none of this will make sense to you. But anyway, the basic idea is this. If Jesse had just listened to Saul and not lit up a doobie, he would have been gone. And he never would have become a slave to the neo-Nazis, right? Also, if Saul had not ordered Huel to lift the dope off of his pocket, Jesse would never have found out about how Huel used the pickpocketing technique and then realized that is what Walt had him do to steal the ricin cigarette to fake the poisoning, of Brock. Anyway, my point is, so like all the things that unravel, it's always one little thread. It's always one little decision that has this, that becomes this ticking time bomb that matures later in the plot. And I'm telling you, it's freaking brilliant. Okay, another one. I just thought of another one, right? So Hank has someone following Jesse around from the DEA because he's trying to like figure out a way to get Walt. And well, Steve Gomez comes into his office and he says, "Why do you have my guys tailing Jesse?" And by the way, this is how actual dialogues work. This is the purpose of an actual dialogue, okay? It is to accomplish something in the plot and move it forward while developing the characters. So Steve Gomez comes into Hank's office. He says, "Why do you have my guys tailing Jesse?" And Hank's like, it's, for reasons. And Steve Gomez says, "Well, because the deal is you beat the kid up once. And if he finds out that you're tailing him and he presses charges, it's going to bring a whole shitstorm down. So if you don't tell me why you're having my guys tail him, I got to pull my guys off of him." Hank doesn't want to tell Gomez the reason, because if he does, he'll be admitting that he knows his brother-in-law is a meth dealer and he hasn't said anything yet because he doesn't have any proof. And he knows that the minute he tells him this, his career is over. So he's waiting until he has proof. So rather than tell his buddy, Steve Gomez, the truth, he just says, "Okay, fine. Pull your guys off of him." Now, this seems inconsequential in the plot at the time because I kind of missed it the first time I watched it because I'm thinking, yeah, that makes sense. Hank just doesn't. You think that the purpose of the dialogue is to establish that Hank's guys are suspicious about why are you using all these resources and not telling us why. That's not like you, which is true. That is part of the reason for the dialogue. And then Hank, wanting to avoid having to tell them the truth, says, "Okay, fine, just pull your guys off," and he doesn't fight him. But there's a second purpose of the scene, which becomes clear later. When Jesse shows up to Walt's house and tries to burn it down with a bunch of gasoline because he's furious, suddenly Hank just shows up and has him at gunpoint. And he's like, look, Jesse, we can burn Walt down together. Come with me. And that's how those two get together. And that's what leads to Walt's downfall. However, now think about this. If Kurtzman or Filoni or one of these idiots writing Marvel had been writing it, it would have just been that Hank shows up. That would have been it. Hank shows up and he recruits Jesse to his cause. There would have been no setup for it. There would have been no reason. How did he get there so fast? How did he know Jesse was going to be there? Don't worry about it. Just consume content. What is my point? My point is the earlier scene in which Steve Gomez comes into Hank's office and says to Hank, why do you have my guys following him? And Hank says, you know what, fine, pull him off. That is the reason why Hank was himself following Jesse, because he couldn't afford to put any resources on it. And that is why he was there when Jesse was spraying all the gasoline. Every single thing that happens in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul is like that. Everything. Nothing happens in a vacuum in those shows. Every single thing you see is a setup for something later. It's freaking brilliant. I just wanted to bring that up because when I'm watching these shows, I'm thinking, see, this is discipline, folks. This is work ethic as a writer. And this is why I have I'm sorry, while I have sympathy, I have no respect for these shills because they, look, like what you like, but you should understand if you're clapping for Loki, you are not clapping for a story like Breaking Bad, where it's like, okay, you could totally forget that scene even happened, that Hank pulled his guys off the case. And that's the reason he had, and honestly, you wouldn't lose anything either, because you probably would just think, oh yeah, Hank showed up. But then when you think about it later, you say, wait, how did Hank get there so fast? How did Hank, oh wait, that's right. Because he couldn't have guys following Jesse. He had to follow him himself. That may seem like it's not a big deal to Rian Johnson or idiots like that. Well, it is a big deal. It is a big deal because it's why Breaking Bad is so engrossing. It's why you can't take your eyes off it. It's why when it was bigger than Game of Thrones. Like Breaking Bad was a sensation in that final season. Everyone was talking about it. I mean, everyone. It was like the final episode of Seinfeld. You probably, any youngsters in the crowd probably don't remember that. Having grown up in the 90s, I remember the final episode of Seinfeld. Every single TV show, every newscast, everyone at the office, everyone at school, everyone was excited about the final episode of Seinfeld because it was so huge at that time. And that's how people were with Breaking Bad. And that's why. That's why, because those little details, those little intriguing elements create verisimilitude, which is a very snooty and ivory tower way of saying authenticity, a sense of realness, a sense of reality. And that is why, and in fact, on that subject, I have a headline. Where is it? Actually, let me see if I can find it real quick because I should have put this down, but I think I can find it real quick. News. Oops, no, not that. News. I believe it was Game Rant, Screen Rant. Okay, here we go. I think this is the article I'm thinking of. Fine. I will disable my ad blocker just this once. Why do we even bother with an ad blocker? Every website I go to is like, you can't have an ad blocker. I think this was the one I'm thinking of. Yes, here it is. Okay. Let me just show you this. So the Marvels early box office projections, if you don't know, are, oh my God, look at these ads. Oh my God, they're burying me here, folks. The Marvels early box office projections are 72% worse than Quantumania. Folks, it is going to be a bloodbath. It is going to be a bloodbath, this movie. It is going to be worse than The Flash, which was a historic bomb. And so here's what we have. The latest box office projections for the Marvels, provided by Box Office Pro, the Marvels' upcoming December 10th release is already facing a potential shortfall, with its initial domestic opening expected to generate between $50 million and $75 million, which is less than half of the $153 million enjoyed by 2019's Captain Marvel. Further adding to the movie's predicted woes, pre-sales are down 69% behind the pace of those sold for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and 72% behind Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Oh my God. Can you believe these ads, folks? Oh my God. Anyway, now, this is the part, though. This is the part that caught my eye. If I can find it real quick. Here we go. What does this mean? What the Marvel's early box office predictions mean for the MCU? It seems that MCU could do no wrong. While the franchise still experienced its own share of initial setbacks, including the less than stellar reactions to Iron Man 2 and Thor: The Dark World, those films managed to draw impressive numbers. Now, with over 32 movies produced over the span of 15 years, lackluster box office predictions are gradually becoming a more frequent occurrence for the once vaunted cinematic juggernaut. Yes, our media betters are on the case, my dear sailors of Starness. Don't you know? They're sussing it out for us. What could be explaining this? Well, here's a couple explanations. Whether it's a result of an increasingly oversaturated market or a diminished promotional efforts that have been hamstrung by the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strike action, which is two reasons wrapped into one, or a growing sense of dissatisfaction with the franchise's seeming lack of coherent direction for post-Avengers Endgame, the possible reasons for the Marvel Zone predicted numbers are many and varied. Do you notice something here? So they give you three reasons, really four. So reason number one, it's an oversaturated market, aka superhero fatigue. Okay, that's their first explanation for this. Second reason they put forth, diminished marketing. We're not marketing hard. We got to market hard. You got to market harder. So they're not marketing hard enough. So that's number two. Number three, the Film Actors Guild writers strike. That could be number three. Okay, yes, because we are sure missing out with those geniuses off the job. Or number four, a growing sense of dissatisfaction, a lack of a coherent story arc. That's basically what they're saying. A lack of a coherent story arc for the universe. Okay. Did you notice the one reason that they did not cite as a possibility in all of that? Can you, in the words of Agent Smith, can you tell me what it is? A bad fucking story. like it's a bad movie. How about it's just a bad movie? They never say that. They say, oh, well, gee, is it the Film Actors Guild strike? Oh, could it be that? Could it be that there's not enough marketing? Could be that. They haven't been promoting it enough. Could it be that the people are unclear on the story arc? Dude, these are the same people that hated the story arc of phases 1, 2, and 3, the whole Thanos thing. Oh, why did they have to all be tied into Thanos? That's so boring. Why can't they just be standalone movies? It's like, that's what they were saying during phases 1. Now they're saying, oh, that's the reason it's not working, because nobody understands. It's like, well, look, those are all kind of reasons. But isn't it interesting? I just find it fascinating that the one thing that stupid journalist never considers is that it's just a bad movie. And I think it's because these arrogant pricks cannot imagine a world in which 10 movies in a row can be badly written, badly acted, badly directed, badly edited, and just garbage all around. They can't imagine that world, folks. They don't think it's written. No, that's not possible. That's not possible. You can't have 10 bad movies. Folks, you can have 10 bad movies in a row. You can do it. Disney's proven that. They've absolutely proven it. You can have 10 bad movies in a row. You can have 10 flops in a row and learn absolutely nothing. It is possible, folks. I just thought that was hilarious. I'm like, the one thing they won't cite. Now, why is that? I'm just curious, folks. The captain is nothing if not curious. That intrigues me. It intrigues me. Why don't they think about that? Why is that the one little thing that they're avoiding? Well, it tells me that is the problem. That is the problem. And I put that is the number one problem with all of these films. It is the film in and of itself, or the TV show, as the case may be. It is that individual story sucking. That is the main problem. That is the main problem. Everything else is secondary or tertiary after that point. Look, the marketing is the least of it, I think, because look at One Piece. Look at One Piece. Yeah, it had some marketing, but nobody was really talking about it until people started watching it. And even a lot of the anime fans weren't watching because they know. And I don't blame them. I do not blame One Piece anime fans for saying, you ain't getting, no, you're not snookering me. I'm not watching your freaking live action smear job on the thing I love. Ain't happening to me. I don't blame them at all for having that opinion. But once people watched it and it was brilliant and it was fun and it was exciting and it had joy, that's the number one thing that One Piece had going for it, a sense of joy and fun. There was fun in that show. How could you resist that show? And then word of mouth got people to start watching it, and it's a phenom. It's an absolute phenomenon. Weird, as Fu Man Blue correctly points out. Just seeing if I missed anything. Yes, Star Fury says 100 million on marketing. Isn't marketing hard enough? No, well, not for these people. These are big spenders. These are big spenders, Star Fury. They're so dumb. They're the worst business people. They're just the worst business people. In fact, I have another headline on this point. I have another headline. Do you folks want to hear a sad story? The captain is sad. I come to you, my dear sailors and star knots, with a heavy heart. The purpose of this channel is nothing if not human compassion. The purpose of this channel is love of humanity. And there is nothing the captain hates more than to see a man suffer because of these terrible disasters. And that is why it is my sad duty to report to you that Bob Iger is reportedly overwhelmed and exhausted by Disney chaos, say insiders. And this is from, what is this from? InsideTheMagic.com. Inside the Magic has the story. Bob Iger returned to the Walt Disney Company in 2022 with the expectation that he would lead the House of Mouse out of chaos. But insiders say that the CEO is beginning to crack under the pressure. Jeez! Well, 10 failed movies, a closed, Star Cruiser hotel, failing attendance numbers at the theme parks, an absolute lawsuits, and the failing of your Disney. Gee, it's about time, wouldn't you say? Former and current Disney CEO Bob Iger began working at the legendary media company in 1996 when it was blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Anyway, shall we just skip to the lead here? Gee, there is so much setup for this. Multiple Disney insiders, speaking anonymously, of course, describe Bob Iger as exhausted and overwhelmed by the precarious situation the company has found itself in. The report also claims that Iger himself personally struggled after leaving Disney the first time, finding it difficult to leave the company he was so invested in behind. Well, you made your bed, sir, and now you get to lie in it. It's very hard for me to have sympathy for these corporate assholes, because I'm telling you right now, it's like corporate America is. Listen, there are good leaders, there are good people in every organization. So don't misunderstand. But what I am saying is, I have seen the politicking and the backstabbing, and to get to that level that Bob Iger is at, you see a lot of people being phony, and making bad decisions and screwing good people over who are actually working hard for them. And then, because one politicking asshole's in their ear, they just throw someone overboard. I've just seen so many people get screwed. I can't look at Bob Iger and just not say, you bought it. Like, hang that albatross around his fucking neck is basically my response to that. Because at every turn, these are the people that want to control everything we read, everything we see. They want to take all of our characters and change them for a modern audience, and then they want to say, screw you if you don't like it. Well, if he isn't exhausted and overwhelmed, then he is a complete psychopath, because you'd have to be. Dude, failure is hard work, folks. Like, that's hard. People say it's hard to be successful. Well, it's hard to be a failure. Like, it's not easy being a failure. It takes a lot of work. You know what would make you not be such a failure, Bob? It would be to actually start working on the problem. Like, to listen to people who are telling you that we don't want this anymore. And Melodic Method with a $10 super chat. Goodbye, Iger. Let's pray for anyone better. Well, thank you, Melodic Method. A captain salute to you. A very generous super chat, and I am honored. And I agree with you that, good riddance, Bobby. Good riddance. And just a quick cough button. Sorry, folks. I don't want to blow my nose on camera there for you. Nobody wants to see that. But yes, to your point, Melodic Method, let me just put that back up there for a second. Let's pray for someone better. It's, I would love that. I would love it if like a David Zaslav type got in there. But one of the problems is this company, they are dug in like ticks, man. They are dug in like ticks. The activists and the wokies, and they are not listening. They're not hearing any of the criticism. It's an interesting thing, right? Because when they say, even people that even people that are kind of in the middle that hear something like, oh, well, these fans are toxic and they're right. Just this narrative of fan toxicity is enough to get kind of people that are out of touch, like Bob Iger, who lives up there in his ivory tower. Like, imagine you hired someone that was not ideological, not really political, but they're a corporate executive. These are bean counters, okay? They're like accountants. They just manage the money. And that's why we have all this slop with the Marvel and like Secret Invasion and Ahsoka. All they see is data. All they see is spreadsheets. They're not capable of understanding the creativity side of the artistic business that they're in. So they are acting like they're presiding over artists without understanding artists. And so even if you get someone that's kind of middle of the road, they're already going to be full of all this crap about, well, got to be careful. Got to be real careful out there because there's a lot of racists and there's a lot of toxic types on YouTube and they're making a lot of noise. And you got to avoid those people. And it's like, these are the people you need to listen to. You need to listen to the people who don't like it. You need to listen to the fans that are saying this isn't our Luke Skywalker. And so I guess what I'm saying is I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes that there's anyone they can get in there because the well is so poisoned. It's all fruit of the poisonous tree, right? It's like the roots are rotten. And if you get someone in there who's a little less rotten, they're just going to wind up getting rotted by it as well. So, and that's not me blackpilling because I may not have hope for Disney. But I do have hope for creation and artistic creativity. I don't think this is the last we've seen of good Star Wars. I really don't. Now, it may not be in our lifetimes that a good Star Wars film comes out again, but I do believe that one day someone is going to pick it up again, and hopefully it's the right person and someone who loves it and can do right by it. And one of the main problems we have, and this is sort of just across the board, I was thinking about this exact thing because of Director X. You know, Director X is having a big, he's having a big melty over the fact that people don't like Robin Hood. People don't like his Robin Hood show. And so he's having a melty about, he's tagged like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. He's tagged Gary from Neurotic. He's had a big melty over Az. He's trying to get on all their shows. You know, and I think it's hilarious because it is the definition of an amateur. He is an amateur. In fact, I wonder if I can find this. It's an amateur mindset. Why was I bringing that up? I got too many things going on in the captain's head at the same time. The amateur mindset is to look at one's vision as to identify with one's art. And so he's unable to accept the possibility that failure is possible, that like his audience has a right to their opinion. Is essentially what I'm getting at. I totally distracted myself. I totally got off on a tangent, and I probably had a much better point to make there, but what was it? War of Art. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not going to search for it live on the stream because it'll delay the game. So, but anyway, it's great book. It's called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. He basically talks about the amateur versus professional mindset. And I just think that's very instructive when it comes to, that's what I was saying. Broadly speaking, this is the problem that we have is guys like Director X are in the position they're in because of the minority, the marginalized people's quota, right? Because we have a new Hays Code that is defined by marginalized groups and intersectional feminism and racial this and LGBT that, it is essentially the decision has gone out that if you are a member of those groups, you are entitled to success because it has been denied from you by, the racism or the misogyny or whatever it is, it's been denied you. And so therefore you are entitled to success. And what this has led to is an absolute catastrophe because people are no longer being judged on like, what have you written? What have you directed? Like, what have you do? It is not freaking easy to direct. I just watched Critical Drinkers production hell on The Predator. And they're talking about how the director of The Predator, like the film company was getting worried that he couldn't handle it because he was starting to crack under the pressure and thought maybe we got to get a new guy. Dude, being a director of a film, it's like 16-hour days. It is 3 months of absolute hell. You have an enormous amount of responsibility. It's not easy. It takes real skill to pull that off. People just say, "Oh, I'm going to be a director." It's like, no, if you don't want to get up at 4 in the morning and go to sleep at, 1 in the morning, you probably don't have what it takes to be a director. Like if you can't do that for about, 20, 30, 40 days in a row, you probably aren't going to make it as a director. That's just the reality. Now, that used to be how people were judged on their ability to write, direct, perform, whatever it is. Now, they're judged on their racial or sexuality or gender status. And then they get elevated into these positions like Director X, who had no business making a TV show. He had no credentials to be writing a show. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have the opportunity to pitch a pilot and take his shot. I don't begrudge anyone from taking their shot. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying just he wasn't up to the task, folks. He wasn't up to it. But he was put in the position because of these politics. And then he failed. His show failed. And because his head is full of all this bullshit, that he's entitled to success and that fans are not entitled to criticize it because if they do, it means they're racist and they just don't like this, they just don't like that. Well, it has poisoned him. It is a poisoned chalice, folks. And I don't care what your race is. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your sexuality is. Do not drink of that chalice. Never drink of that chalice. It will poison you and it will ruin you as a creator. You will be done as a creator. You'll be a loser, folks. If you drink of that chalice, you are a loser. You're doomed. Now, you may have idiots in your inner circle telling you how great you are and how brave and stunning you are. But to the rest of the world, you're producing garbage. You know, and I feel bad. I kind of feel a little bad for the guy because I've heard him a little bit, just a little. I've seen him in like some interviews, and I could just see it. It's an amateur mindset. Now, in past days, you know what would have happened? A guy like that who complains and starts making all that noise, his agent, his producer, they're going to read him the riot act. They're going to be like, sack up, bro. Like, what happened? How come your show's failing in the ratings? What happened? That's the kind of call he'd be getting. And he would be learning some hard lessons. He would be learning some hard lessons about what he's going to have to do to step it up. He'd actually be hearing feedback from the world about, okay, maybe a bunch of guys in neon masks trying to sneak into a building and do a dance video wasn't the best concept for a Robin Hood story. Okay, maybe not. Or maybe I could have done it better. Maybe my next project, right? This guy is being denied all of that. He's being denied all of that partially by his choice and partially by the circles he's hanging out in. And it is very sad, folks. It is very sad. And I talked through the chat just going crazy. We're talking about, what if Fu Man Blue says, what if the Hellmouth was like an underwater volcano that got blocked by the Earth's crust? So I assume you're referring to the Hellmouth in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I totally forgot. I'm going to start watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Now, this is not the Captain's typical fare, but I'm kind of desperate because there's nothing to watch. And Mueller he really likes Buffy, and he swears by Angel. And I'm like, well, what else have I got to do? What else have I got to do? Director X says Star Fury, a clout chaser extraordinaire, because that bloke has minus 9,000 talent. He is an amateur, and in 10, 15 years ago, everyone in the industry would have been telling him, this is amateur hour, bro. But because it is 2023, he is being told that he has a grievance and an axe to grind, and that this is not his fault. So in a way, it is stacked against him. He's got no chance because he buys into this bullshit. So he is an amateur, and he will remain one as long as he continues. It is insane. I've been thinking a lot about, like, what if I were in his position and I literally had the same situation of where I had this idea, because he even this is the weird thing too. He keeps saying, like, I'm a nerd. I hate it when people fix things. Like, I get it. I understand that. You know what it makes me think? It makes me think, if not in the Fellowship, he is Fellowship adjacent, is kind of what I'm thinking. And so it makes me listen to him a little more closely. And so my thought was, okay, well, what if this were me? And like, I made something, let's just say a TV show. I directed it. I was super proud of it. I thought it was going to be great. And then all the people I like and respect were telling, oh my God, this is a trash fire. This guy's an idiot. What is this? And I'm like, and they're laughing at it. And I'm like, well, that would hurt. That would definitely hurt. I can't deny that. But what would I do about it? Like, what would I actually do about it? And I thought about it. I don't think what I would do is go on Twitter and start fighting with people over it. Because I would know whether I wanted to or not. I would not do that because I would know that I was going to just make it worse. So that's number one. But I honestly think that what I would want to do, I'd probably want to like go on Friday Night Tights and just let them have a bit of a laugh at my expense, to be quite honest with you. And then also pick their brain and say, okay, well, listen, I thought this was a good idea for Robin Hood. In no world would that have ever been my idea for Robin Hood, but let's just pretend, okay? I'd be like, let's just say I had some kind of Robin Hood variation that I was super proud of, like it was Robin Hood in the 25th century, and I was, and I would say, like, but what went wrong? Because I thought, that this take on Robin Hood, I thought that would be really interesting and people would appreciate this and that, and people like, and something, I think that it would actually be kind of a fun conversation, and I think that level of just face it, bro. You just got to face it. You made a stinker. One failure does not make you a failure. And just embracing that and understanding it. And it makes me think of how Christian Bale, you remember Christian Bale went on that big rant and he got a lot of heat for that. Oh, good for you. Good for you. We're fucking done, man. You and me, we're done professionally. Like one of the greatest rants of all time. It's like just so awesome. Well, at the time, it wasn't awesome for him because he got roasted for being a precious, entitled little snot. Like, oh, look at this actor just bitching out a blue collar guy on the set because he's so entitled. And well, what Christian Bale did is he went on this radio show. There was a radio show in Los Angeles, and it was a couple of guys that they were a comedy duo, and they loved to just make fun of people like this. And so they were memeing on him. They were making fun of him on their radio show. Well, he called into the radio show and started talking to the guys. And what did he do? Did he argue with him? Did he call them toxic? Did he say, no, he was like, look, guys, I just wanted to say, I've heard a lot. The thing that has been the most hurtful to me is hearing people say, look at how entitled this guy is. Look how spoiled he is. And thinking that I'm not grateful. He's like, listen, I know that I am very lucky to do what I do. I know I am very, very lucky. And I am so deeply grateful. And I hate the idea that people think I'm not grateful for this. And he said, so look, I get it. I understand why you're roasting me. And he said, you know what? Roast away. I deserve it. I deserve it. It was unprofessional of me, and I get it. And he just basically, he owned it. He totally 100% owned it. I'm talking about Christian Bale on a radio show talking about his rant that he got caught on camera. And you know something? It was great. And the radio guys, you could tell they respected him for it. He was sincere. He was like, listen, because he said he felt his guilt was that people were hearing a guy who doesn't appreciate what he has. And that was the thing that most affected him. That was the thing that most affected him, was that all his audience thought he didn't appreciate the gift that was his life and his job. And I thought that was really awesome. So if I were in Director X's position, I would do the Christian Bale approach, which is I would go on something like Friday Night Tights and I would say, you know what? You're right. It was dopey. Okay. Having him do the music video on the construction site. What was I thinking? Roast away. Have fun. I didn't mean for it to be that dopey, but hey, you try something, it doesn't work. I get it. And something? I think you would get nothing but goodwill, and you would learn something as a creator. You would actually learn that, like, okay, what I thought was cool was not that cool. Dude, I'm going to tell you, my first book, Blood and Oak, second book, actually, Wolves Will Eat, which is the sequel to Blood and Oak. Link is in the description if you're interested. I remember I sent the manuscript to an editor. I had a professional editor review it, and I had one scene in the original manuscript in which a character who has died has, and listen, when I wrote this, I thought it was freaking genius. I wrote this whole chapter. It was this intensely emotional, I thought. It was this intensely emotional afterlife reunion. The character was in the afterlife. I didn't think it was over the top. It was just one little short scene. There was no dialogue. It was just, a character standing on a dock, seeing their lost loved one in the afterlife. That was all it was. And then it was over. And my whole thought behind it was the reader should not necessarily think it's the afterlife. They might assume that this is just the last thought that went through the character's head before they died, or it is the afterlife, and just let the reader decide which it is. Well, my editor said I LOL'd on that scene. And I was like, you did? Like, yeah, it was hilarious. You got to cut that. And I was like, and I read it. I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. so look, it's like someone, it was a fact. It was a fact. It was melodramatic. It was sappy. It was gilding the lily. It was too much. I deleted it. And now it's funny. I almost had forgotten about that. I read through the manuscript now, and I'm like, oh, thank God I deleted that. I really do. I'm like, oh, thank God I deleted that. This works so well how it is. If I hadn't deleted that, it would have been way over the top. I would have jumped the shark. I'm so grateful. So that's the proper reaction to criticism, I think, is to just listen. By the way, I've pushed back on criticism too. The same editor has told me this doesn't seem like reality to me. This doesn't really seem possible for this character. And I said, well, this is what I'm thinking. The character had to grow up fast. The character was in a dangerous world and had to learn these skills to survive. So I think it's justified in the plot. And my editor came back and said, you know what? You've convinced me. I agree with you. I think there's good character reason for this in that case. And so I don't always automatically agree with criticism, but even when I disagree with it, I listen to it. And that is with one caveat, folks, one caveat. It has to be from a source in good faith. That's the one caveat. Like, you do not need to listen to criticism from all sources. I hear it maybe, but listen to it and take it seriously, not necessarily. And now your audience, you should listen to your audience. That goes without saying. But I definitely think, you there has to be some trust between you and the audience. So I get that. And in the Rumble chat, Fu Man Blue, not to be outdone, with a $10 Rumble rant, I've heard Nerdrotic and others say that these people are making things for their peers. Distill that one step and you realize it's just virtue signaling. He never cared what we would think. Well, bingo. And thank you, Fu Man Blue, for that very generous Rumble rant. And that is, of course, a wonderful reminder that we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter, here on the Captain's Cast, live on the Swords and Starships channel with your host, Captain Garrett. And to your point, Fu Man Blue, in that very generous Rumble rant, that is the problem, right? They're writing this for an audience, not of customers. By the way, I really love how Gary over at Nerdrotic, he makes this distinction between consumers and customers. He's like, customers are what you should be thinking about. And they're not, Director X is not writing for customers. He's writing for peers who are telling him what he wants to hear. And by the way, this is one of the dangers of writers groups, because I've spent a lot of time in writers groups and there are huge advantages. I enjoy it. I love the camaraderie. It's fun. I enjoy talking to other writers, hearing their work and getting their feedback on mine. It's a lot of fun. But I'm always a little cautious, though, with advice that I get at a writers group. I kind of have to trust the person's judgment. Like, if I agree with a lot of their judgment in storytelling, then I will listen to what they're telling me. But if I read their work and I think that's some bad judgment, I take it with more of a grain of salt, right? That being said, sometimes people just have life experiences that are valuable. And that's valuable. Like, even if maybe I don't agree with their storytelling practices, the fact that they have certain life experience is often helpful. So, but my point is that there's a tendency in writers groups to start writing for writers. And you don't want to fall into that trap, because when you start doing that, you really do wind up in that bizarre, loopy bubble where you've lost the authenticity and you've lost the plot. You've lost who you're actually writing for, which is the audience. Writers tend to be writers are nerds about storytelling. So things in storytelling that a general audience would be less warm to, writers tend to have more patience for. For example, your dear captain is something of a fan of elaborate descriptions of things. However, I always rein that in on the rewrites. I always cut down my descriptions. And I've had writers and writers groups tell me, oh, why did you cut that beautiful, wonderful description of the forest that went on for 3 pages? It was wonderful. Your descriptions are so beautiful and so excellent. And I said, because it was 3 pages and my audience is going to be bored to tears if I leave that in there. And the writer's like, but you're so good at it. I'm like, that's not a good reason to leave it in. It's like, I have to think of my audience. It's like one paragraph that gets the point across is what is needed. And then let's keep it moving. Let's keep it pushing. And so you cannot allow yourself to fall into that trap of writing for other writers. And while I appreciate the compliment from the other writer, it's like, yes, there is a type of audience member that will read a lengthy description of a forest for 3 pages. There are those people. But that's not typically most readers, right? And and me as a reader too. Like, I don't want to read 3 pages of description of a forest. I want to read a good description that's evocative, and then I want to get right into the dialogue, and I want the dialogue to be moving things forward. And if I'm reading something, it's not moving things forward in the dialogue, I'm like, okay, this isn't for me. Starfear says, what is this talent you're talking about? My skin color, gender isn't enough, you racist. Exactly. So I've offended Staff Fury. I've offended. By the way, I totally forgot about this. Wrangler, I owe you. I hope you're still out there, because I remember you sent a super chat last stream and you said the super chat was, what the heck was it? You said, how we really reach the world between worlds, referring to like Ahsoka. And I read the super chat, but I couldn't figure out if you were asking me a question. And I don't think I answered if you were asking a question. So let me know if I didn't catch what you were trying to say there. But it was, yeah, the comment was how we really reach the world between worlds. So I wasn't sure if you were asking me to like propose that or just whatever. But anyway, if I missed something, let me know. This captain, I take great pains to get you your money's worth. Fu Man Blue says, I felt bad when I thought about Arnie until he said, fuck your freedom in my head again. Dude, did you hear? Arnie had a hot take. He basically said on a podcast, someone asked him like, well, what do you think Democrat politicians want or whatever? And he said that to run their cities into the ground, to fuck all their cities. That's what they want. They want to ruin and fuck their cities. And I was like, you know what? Stop it, Arnold. You're making me like you again. So he's like, they want all their cities to be fucked. That's what Arnie said. Get to the chopper. Melodic Method said Captain just ad-libbed a withering critique of Robin Hood that Director F cannot deny. Yeah, I was putting myself in his shoes because look, I'm human, man. It hurts. It hurts when everyone's saying what you, dude. I'm telling you right now, on the human level, I have sympathy for Director X. That's painful. That's painful to hear that your work is garbage. But on the professional level, I have no sympathy for him because he's not acting like a professional. He's acting like an amateur. Only, now you might argue that this is a grift and he's trying to just get on someone's show so he can get some clout. And maybe that's a hustle. When maybe I'm kind of behind the eight ball here. He knows what he's doing. He's hustling. And if so, you could argue that is actually a professional mindset. It's like, oh, okay, bad press is good press. I'm going to use it to my advantage. I'm going to try and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. However, that would be in disagreement with my values and ethics as a professional. Like I despise and I loathe dirty media tactics. I think that like grifting, and I define grifting as doing something dishonest or pretending to have an opinion you don't actually have, or pretending to have a reaction you don't actually have, in order to get buzz or in order to get clicks. Like that's what I define as grifting. Okay. And I would never be interested in the work of someone who's a grifter. I don't follow anyone on YouTube I consider to be a grifter unless it's literally just so I can, make fun of their video. But honestly, it's no one. There's no one on YouTube I follow that I don't think is honest about what they think. So yes, we jokingly call reading super chats and hustling for super chats grifting, but I don't think that's grifting if you're giving people their money's worth and you're reading their chats and you're doing a good job. So it's really it's a tongue-in-cheek use of the term. But so look, if this is a grift by Director X, I still have no respect for it, because that's even worse in my opinion, because now you're lying and creating division just to sound. I don't think that's what he's doing, but I'm just saying that's one possibility. I would have no respect for that either. I just wouldn't. Wrangler says Buffy was a lot of fun. I'll tell you, the Captain, I am persnickety. And it's weird. Like there are things that are super kind of, I don't want to say melodramatic, but they're definitely a little more on the soap opera side, such as Stranger Things, which I really love. But I will say Stranger Things has a lot of high concept science fiction in it, which is part of why I like it. I tend to be more of the technical. I tend to gravitate more towards technical or grounded stories. I just do. Like that's why I'm more of a Star Trek guy than a Star Wars guy. I'm more into Star Trek. I love House of the Dragons I just said it like I was 80. Oh, the House of the Dragons that the kids are watching. The House of the Dragon is a really good low fantasy story. I like that a lot. That is not to say I can't be persuaded, because sometimes I do like really fantasy speculative things. But it's just got to be done well, I always liked, one of the things I never liked in superhero comics when I'd read them is I usually did not like the magic characters like Doctor Strange. I usually did not like Doctor Strange type characters. I I liked Tony Stark. I liked Spider-Man. I liked the Hulk. I liked those characters that had scientific explanations. Those were usually the ones I liked. So Buffy is not exactly my thing, but I'm going to give it a whirl and we'll see how it goes. I do like, look, I have evolved as a customer of content. So 420 super chat from Wrangler says the bot's in the Rumble chat. Oh, shoot. Is it? Where's the bot? How do I block someone permanently? Yes, mute user forever. All better. All gone. All gone, Wrangler. The bot is gone. And yeah, that should tidy up nicely. Good looking out. Good looking out, Wrangler. I do appreciate it. Starfield. Oh, my girls have arrived on Rumble. Careful. They charge. Those girls charge. Starfury. Starfury. Don't get excited, Starfury. Foodman Blue says, one more step and you realize they aren't just virtue signaling to their cult, but they are spending billions of dollars to do it. Sick stuff. Pity them. Pity them, Foodman Blue. They're shooting themselves in the foot. They really are. Director X, you know, he could turn this to his advantage. You know, if he honestly were just, if he had never went for the racial crap, if he had just dropped all that and he had been, you know, hey, listen, I thought I was doing something cool and I really want to clear the air. And I believe he could have gotten on Az's channel and he could have even wound up on Friday Night Tights if he had been chill. He'd been cool about it, been like, yeah, let's have fun, and had a little fun with it, have a little fun at his own expense. I actually think he would have won some people over and he would have learned something. And then maybe his next TV show is actually good. You would hope. But listen, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Have you seen that shit, man? Do I need to pull this up? I can't even believe, like, I don't have much hope for this guy. There's people that I have met before, let's just say creative types, that I'm like, no, it's not going to happen for you. It's just not going to happen for you. And I'm on the point of saying this about Director X, you know, Robin Hood trailer. It's like my favorite. I just love this. This is almost as good as Ahsoka in the 29th century.
We don't do the fleshy good on how we live. You're not in the sheriff's department. You're trespassing.
Masked robbers who rap about their crimes. It's just sexy.
Oh my God. Dude, he totally thought that was like the Harvey Dent scene in The Dark Knight, you know, when Christian Bale, you know, he's Bruce Wayne and he shows up at the party and he's just like, a guy who dresses like a bat clearly has issues. This is what Director X thought he was creating with this line here.
Sexy.
Guys that dress up in neon masks and pull robberies, that's amazing. That's so sexy. Dude, I busted up when Critical Drinker, who he did one of his, he did an ironic review on this, you know, praising it. It's so good. It's so good. And he just points out how brilliant it is that they have lit up neon masks while they're stealthily trying to sneak into a building. It's like, wow, he really did not think that through.
This was a terrible idea. What's the point in fighting if you know you can't win? Because some fights have to be fought.
Oh my God. That is almost as good as Filoni dialogue right there. Some fights have to be fought. You have to fight the good fight, don't you know? Because a fight has to be fought. Any good fighter knows a good fight has to be fought, like all good fights are fought. That is genius. That's a genius at work, folks. That's a genius at work. I'm sorry, but this guy, he never had a chance, folks. He is a music video director who tried to direct a TV show, a serialized TV show, and it's absurd. In other words, he's thinking like a music video, where in a music video, all that matters is the music and the aesthetic. That's all that matters. The actual visual story it's more like, it's abstract. It's abstract. It doesn't actually have to make any sense. It just has to be a visual and audible art piece. That's all it has to be. It just has to look sexy and sound good, to use his terms there. That does not translate to a serialized TV story. There's a second problem that Director X has that I probably have been letting kind of slip through the cracks here, which is, look, this bizarre worldview that they subscribe to, fight the power, it's a total lie. It is a total lie. They believe so many lies at this point that they don't have an accurate picture of reality. Should I tell this story? I should tell this story. I was driving through Shreveport, Louisiana, a while ago. Don't ask me why. I was driving through Shreveport, Louisiana, and I was checking into a hotel, and I probably, should have kind of been a little more cautious about the neighborhood, because it just looked like kind of it was not the nicest neighborhood. Let's just put it that way. That has nothing to do with the demographics of the neighborhood. It just looked run down. It was a Motel 6. It was a very rundown Motel 6. And I try to check in. There is a lady at the counter, and she is complaining because they won't give her a refund. Now, the only reason I bring this up is because it just struck me that, here is someone who is an African American, and she threatens to call the police. She threatens to call the police if she's not given a refund. This is what she's telling the clerk, right? And the clerk is like, okay, fine, go call the police. And I remember thinking, this idea that all Black people live in fear of the police is such bullshit. It's such bullshit, because that's whenever I encounter real people in the real world, it's like people, when they want help, they want the police. It doesn't matter what color you are. Now, yes, there are problems with the police, and there's things that we absolutely need to reform, and I totally agree with that. But my point is that whole narrative he's trying to create in this story is based on the idea that all police are racist, that they are basically the literal equivalent of the Gestapo, and it's like, but the problem is everyone else in the real world, regardless of your racial background, understands that that's generally absurd. That's generally absurd. It's a minority of people that believe this bizarre, extorted view of the world. There's a little more nuance to reality than that. I also just thought it was super hilarious that lady was like, I'm going to call the police to get a refund. I'm like, that's a great use of police power, by the way. But seriously, if you thought that anyone who looked like you was being hunted down for sport by the police, right, in a neighborhood that just generally looked a little bit run down, I'm thinking, wouldn't you not want to call the police? If that were true, wouldn't this woman not want to call the police? Wouldn't she think the last thing you would want is police here? But no, she was threatening to call the police because she wasn't getting a refund. And I was like, I could have put it on TikTok. It would have been hilarious. And it just struck me at that moment that when you exit the internet and you enter the real world and see real people just doing their thing, you suddenly realize what bullshit all this narrative is. So anyway. There you go. True story. True story. Star Fury says, of course, I'm completely proud as a half-span Pakistani Englishman. And well, you should be, sir. A proper English gentleman is Star Fury. Likes to taunt me about the small singeing that our White House took once upon a time. It's barely a scratch. Barely a scratch. It's it's so funny. I literally went sailing for 2 weeks on an actual tall ship that is a recreation of one of the ships that fought in the battles of the Great Lakes against the British in the War of 1812. I sailed on it. I climbed the masts. I was on the yardarms and everything. well, the yards, not really the yard arm, the yards. And hanging 70 feet over the water, like pulling up the sails. It was terrifying. And I'm really glad I did it, though. Anyway, there was an English guy on the ship, and we were talking about the history of the War of 1812. And I was very proudly talking about what an important and landmark war that was for the United States, because we were standing up for ourselves. And this time we didn't have the Frenchies to help us, and how interesting all the battles were. And he was like, yeah, that's not really how we remember it. Just talking about the English. Wasn't that just kind of like a draw? Nobody won, nobody lost. And I'm like, well, when you are this tiny nation that defeated the most powerful, when you fight the most powerful empire on the planet, draw, that is a victory. Like, that is a victory. That's an enormous victory. So I was going through this book that's one of my research books that I go through because I'm working on the next entry in Blood and Oak. And like at the beginning of the War of 1812, the British had something like, I have to check the numbers again, but it was something like 6,000 warships at sea. They had 6,000 ships of war at sea. Guess how many the United States had? 16. We had a fleet of 16 ships against 6,000. So yes, when you fight with those odds, when you fight that power to a draw, that is winning the war. Like, it's basically the deal. So anyway, yes, thank you. Yes, Star Fury, very honorable of you, sir, to acknowledge that. For a nascent nation, that is a win. Oh, Fu Man Blue, I can't put that one up. Come on now. All right. We're having fun today on the Captain's Cast. What else is in the stack of stuff? We did the Loki shills, right? Yeah, we did the Loki shills. So, which reminds me, because I was so bored with Loki, I turned it off and I saw Dune, which I've been kind of meaning to rewatch Dune. Dune was one of the first movies I saw when the lockdown was finally really over. And I went to a theater to watch it. And like everything, like Shang-Chi had just come out. They're really, the Marvel movies were not that good. There wasn't really anything since Endgame that was good at that point. And also, I was definitely worn out on every time I go to the theater, it's to watch big bloated CGI fights and just stuff like that. And I was kind of tired of that. I get to Dune, right? I sit down. Dude, just the way that film begins with a black screen and you just hear the music and it's this low guttural chanting. And then, dude, Hans Zimmer's score, that is Hans Zimmer, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It is incredible. It is absolutely incredible. The use of percussion, the use of just chanting and vocal choirs. It's just the way that there's this specific sound for every scene. And then just the shots of like House Atreides, and then the shots of the desert, the ships, they all look so interesting and alien and different. And the whole thing is constructed with cinematography. Like every visual image you're watching is meant to use the medium of cinema, the sound. One of my favorite things in the Dune film, right, is the voice. Because there's this concept of the voice. If you learn this skill, you can say words that will command someone. It's basically mind control, temporary mind control. If you get a command in the voice by a talented practitioner, you can be made to do something, right? And so his Paul Atreides' mother, played by the magnificent, I believe it's Jessica Ferguson, or is it? I got her first name wrong. Rebecca. God, I'm so bad. Rebecca Ferguson, who's playing the character of Jessica. So Rebecca Ferguson, who is one of my favorite actors. She's just awesome. So Rebecca Ferguson, for some reason, I got the name Sarah Ferguson stuck in my head and it screwed me up. But anyway, so Rebecca Ferguson is his mother, Paul Atreides' mother, and she is teaching her son how to use the voice. And so he asks her to pass him something at the table, and she's like, use the voice. And at first he tries it. He's like, pass me the cup. And it doesn't work. And she says, no, you're not doing the right pitch. And then finally he gets it right. And what was so impressive was I saw this in the theater with full surround sound, right? I could hear behind me like a kind of whisper in his voice saying, bring it to me. And then on like kind of my periphery, like this forceful voice overlaid over his saying, give me the cup, you know? And then, so there's 3 layers of sound, and it created a feeling of like the voice being in your head. It was wild. It was absolutely wild. It was like, whoa, you could almost hear, I'm a Dune shill. Whoa. He voiced. No. We're a Dune shill channel now. Anyway, so you could hear these 3 layers of his voice, and it created a kind of illusion using the sound design of like hearing someone's voice in your head, making you do something. Now that's filmmaking, folks. That's filmmaking. There's so much more to it than just writing in a script. Paul uses the voice and it works, right? That's what the script says. But it's up to the sound design to make the audience feel that in the theater and to believe it. And so that's just one little example of how this whole film constructs this world. It's alien, it's vast, it's beautiful. I'm telling you right now, there was more wonder and fascination and foreignness to the planet of Arrakis in Dune than any of the desert planets in Disney Star Wars. Okay. You know, Jakku and whatever that stupid planet the Mandalorian's on and Tatooine and all this stuff. I'm not talking about an OG trilogy. I'm just saying since then, now that we've mulched over this over and over, it's like one planet in Dune, and I feel like I've never seen it before. I feel like I've never seen this place before. It was so foreign, alien, wonderful. I mean, yes, it's a desert and it looks familiar in that way, but the way that the narrative and the visual style of the film was able to make every place you go in it feel like somewhere you've never seen and could never see outside of this cinema. It's brilliant. And then so that the combination of the music, the visual style, the performances of the character, and then here's something else I really love about it. It takes place in the year 10,100, so says the film. I since have learned from the lore that it's actually much farther in the future than that because it's 10,000 by the Dune calendar, which is like 20,000 years in the future from our perspective. So it's like 20,000 years in the future, okay? Now, here's what's cool about it. You have all these ships that fly. You have like they're kind of like almost dragonfly-style helicopters that have actual wings instead of rotors. And you have their buildings that they live in. Every piece of technology, every ship that you see, every gun has a kind of alien, almost godlike foreignness to it. Now, why do I say that's interesting? Well, it's interesting because if you imagine a culture that is so far advanced from your own, if you imagine a culture that is 10,000 more years advanced than ours, you would expect that their technology should look bizarre to our eyes. Like, imagine this. Imagine if we took a guy from the year 400 AD living in ancient Rome and we were able to transport him to our world now and show him New York City. Like, what would that even look like to him? What would that even look like to see the skyscrapers and the cars going? He wouldn't even know what to make of what he was seeing, right? So what I like about Dune is that it kind of makes me feel like I'm that guy being transported into this 10,000 years in the future, and I'm seeing all these weird ships. Yes, they look functional, but they look so alien to me that it's like it's strange that people live this way, is kind of the feeling that I get from the film. But there also seems to be a reason, even if I don't understand it, there's a reason people live this way. And it's brilliant. It's dude, Stellan Skarsgård as the Baron. Oh my God, he is so that man could just be in anything, and he's amazing. He is so good in this movie. He's just this big fat blob, and he's got like so embedded in his spine. He has this technology that allows him to float, dude, and he just kind of rises up like this fat angel of death. It's amazing, and he's like, he floats around, right? And I remember when I saw the film the first time, I didn't really think about the relationship between him being fat and this technology. But this second time I'm watching it, I start thinking about it, right? I'm like, look, he's so fat. The guy is so fat. Which, apropos of nothing. And then because I'm always curious about the characters whenever I know that's weird. I'm not like your typical Ahsoka fan. I get curious about how characters got to be the way they are. And I started thinking about, well, how did he get to be so fat? Because nobody else in this world is this fat. So why is it? Why is he so corpulent? Why is he so corpulent? Well, then it hit me. He literally has a technology that allows him to float whenever he needs to move. So it could be a chicken or the egg situation. Like maybe he got fat and that's why he needs it. But I kind of think it's actually this. He's so wealthy. He's so powerful that he has this technology installed that allows him to float. And now that he's able to float, he never needs to move ever. And so he has no reason to exercise. He never does exercise. And it's fine because he's rich and powerful and he gives zero fucks. Like he doesn't need to care. He doesn't need to care that he's fat and corpulent. And so that technology has made him sort of fat and lazy and complacent. Dude, there's a scene where he's eating at Paul Atreides not Paul Atreides, the Elder. Atreides the Elder, played by Oscar Isaac, who is freaking great in this film. Just so good. And he's sitting at this long dining table, just crowing over a victory, and he's eating, and you could just hear the sounds he's making. It's like something out of The Whale. He's just oh, your kitchen is magnificent, Duke Atreides. And I was like, oh, he's so odious. I love it. I just love it. So I guess what I'm saying is I watched that film twice now. I've watched that film, and I come away from it thinking, wow, this is what happens when adults are allowed to work. This is what happens when the inmates go back in their cells. Okay, when the wacko blue-haired crazies are put back where they belong, right? They're given their lithium and put to sleep, and the adults the professionals are allowed to work. You get wondrous filmmaking like Dune. I mean, now listen. If you don't like Dune because it's too slow for you or it's just not your thing, no argument for me. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Totally fine. I'm not criticizing anyone who doesn't like it. But what I'm saying is, you can't deny, though, that Dune is a proper film. Like and when I say proper film, that's not just me being snooty and pretentious. I'm saying, well, maybe a little. The captain is given to fits of snootiness once in a while. It is rare, but it does occasionally happen. But in this case, the captain is not being snooty, because what I am saying is, it's the fact that they used every element of filmmaking to create the experience for the audience that we want. And that stands out to me because, some of the early Marvel films did use the medium of film very effectively. But the more recent stuff, like, don't you just feel when you're watching whatever, it doesn't even matter anymore. Disney, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, it doesn't even matter. It all feels the same, doesn't it? It's like, oh, look, a wacky alien. Oh, look, a CGI skyline. Oh, look, a quippy joke. By the way, there's humor and levity in Dune, plenty of it, but it fits the world and it feels right for the world and the tone and but my point is, like, they just vomit CGI everywhere in all these films now. And it's like, you're not even using CGI. Like you can use CGI in a really effective way, such as how James Cameron uses it. James Cameron, whether you like or hate Avatar, he uses CGI brilliantly in the Avatar films to tell the story. The story comes first. Well, to the extent there is one. Yes, it's a thin story. Well, let's just say the characters in the world come first, and the CGI's purpose is to make that world live. And so that's why I think Dune is such a breath of fresh air. It's such a breath of fresh air because it makes me remember what it was like when I went to the theater and saw Gladiator. When I went to the theater and saw Lord of the Rings. When I went to the theater and saw, The Patriot, which is a great film. What's another good example? Like when I went to the film and saw The Dark Knight. It's like when I sat in the theater for those films, I felt like I was getting an experience I could not get anywhere else ever. And that's what made it so magical. When I watch, Ahsoka, I feel like, oh my God, I'm so tired of this garbage. Like, there's nothing new here. So anyway, there you go. Nerd fight, says Starfury. Oh, so any Dune haters? By all means. I will read your chats. Fight me, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Anyone not like Dune? I'm just curious. And I'm not even really going to argue with you because I can definitely see that there's a type of science fiction fan that is just not going to be as interested in this world. And I wouldn't argue with you because it could just as easily have not been my cup of tea because I've never read the books. I'm not a Dune head, you know. So I went into the movie just hoping to see a good movie. And I'm telling you, I'm kind of getting interested in Dune now because the film was so damn good. It was just, and Fu Man Blue says, the more you know the opinions, the more you know, the more opinions you can have. The more opinions you have, the more layers to what makes you you. Well, I must have layers in spades because I have, you know, if there's one Garrett in the room, there are 6 opinions. Okay. Wrangler says, when I went to the theater and saw the Transformers, the movie. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Now, I'm not super wild about that movie. But you know, I'll tell you what, it's Shakespeare compared to what we get now. I did see Rise of the Beasts. And I'll tell you, Rise of the Beast reminded me of Black Adam. It reminded me of, like, what's another good example? Like The Flash. It just reminded me of kind of bleh. It was just bleh. There was nothing particularly exciting about it. There's nothing particularly offensive about it. It just, you know, depressing. Starfury, love Dune. I mean, how can you not? I mean, I understand if you don't, but how can you not, right? Like, it's just that film is, it's not perfect. Definitely the ending was a bit weird because they just kind of chopped it off in the halfway mark. I do like that they're doing 2 parts though, because I feel like giving that story space is awesome. Fu Man Blue says, all lovers here, I think, of Dune. Of Dune. I've never read the books, but I'm related to someone that did. So you are Dune reader adjacent, sir. Wrangler says, I'm talking about the 1986 movie. Oh, you mean, okay. You're not you're not talking about the Michael Bay first. Well, the first Michael Bay Transformers film. Yeah, like it was not super faithful to Transformers lore, but I mean, it was basically an okay action movie. And people are so like you could make a case for it, was my point. No. I know what you're talking about. The original animated film with Galvatron, Unicron. Yes, you're right. Yes, I totally agree. That would be an epic movie to see in theaters. Fu Man Blue says, I remember being amazed at their idea for space travel. Well, you know, I got curious about that. Speaking of Dune, of course, because so like they say you have to have the spice, because the spice gives you the kind of hallucinogenic visions that you need to calculate a successful jump through space without running into a star or something. Like, remember when it was hard? It was hard to space travel. Anyway, now you just light speed skip. You just hyperspace skip. We're light speed skipping. New boot light speed skipping. I was trying to do a mashup of Jim Dangle. Anyway. Well, I started to wonder though. So listen, if the spice is on Arrakis, and Arrakis is the only place you can get the spice, and the only way you can do interstellar travel is to have the spice, well, then how did they travel to Arrakis in the first place? And so I was like, I'm confused about this. And the film does not really explain this, which annoys me. These things will drive me crazy, folks. Like I cannot keep watching the movie the more this starts to get into my head. And so I just paused the movie and I started, searching some Dune lore. Well, it turns out that there was a time when you did not need the spice in the Dune story to travel because they had supercomputers that did the calculations, but then they had a war to get rid of all this technology because we are to never build another computer that can rule over man. I thought, well, that's pretty rad. I'm actually pretty okay with that. And that's where the Bene Gesserit come in, and they got rid of all the high tech. So the high tech that allowed us to find Arrakis is gone because it's banned. And so now the only thing left is the spice. Well, that fixes it. Dave Filoni would never have been capable of that kind of lore building. Let's just be honest. He could never have answered that question. Hey, Dave. What was Admiral Thrawn doing all those years where Ezra was just chilling on that planet? Like, what you know what I'm thinking about? I don't want to give away too much because I'm working on a video that's going to kind of do a deep dive on this. But I was thinking about what would have pleased me as an audience if we go to the other galaxy in Ahsoka and we see another galaxy. Because to be fair, to play devil's advocate, yes, it's a little boring to just see another planet with turtle creatures on it and be like, oh, wow, we're in another galaxy. Woo. It's like, well, what do you want? There's planets in the other galaxy. Like, what would please you? And I think, well, here's what it would be. We arrive in the other galaxy, right? And you know what Thrawn has done while he's been in that other galaxy? He's freaking built another empire in that galaxy. He found a bunch of primitive planets. He conquered them all. He set himself up as a god. They all now worship him, and he rules over them. And he's got them all working in his factory building Star Destroyers. And I think now that, and guess what? Guess what? I shouldn't even tell you this. So it's just between us. Don't tell anyone this. This is totally secret because it's going to be in my video. But this is what I would have it be. When they find Ezra, he is literally running for his life because Thrawn's stormtroopers are chasing him through the city streets of a really bizarre alien planet. And it turns out that Ezra has joined a resistance in this other galaxy to help these primitives who've been conquered by Thrawn fight back. And he's helping them fight back. But it's a losing, running battle of attrition. And he's haggard and he's half starving all the time. And, and like, there's even like a whole like warrior, religious savior myth building around him for these primitive tribesmen who see him as like this savior fighting the devil that is Thrawn. I just think that would be more interesting, wouldn't it? Would you? And it would show something about Thrawn. It would show the fact that Thrawn doesn't just sit around and get fat. Like when a guy like Thrawn finds himself stranded, he starts building another empire. He starts working on something. Like that's what he would be doing. So like to me, it's weird that we just arrive and it's like he's just been frozen for 30 years. He's just, I just been chilling. Oh, so nice of you to arrive. T. Oh my God. These people do not know how to write villains. They just don't. Like, I was thinking of an example of a character that reminds me of this. I'm trying to think of, I don't know if this is the best example because I don't totally like this character, but I do kind of admire this aspect. So if in the Walking Dead series, the original Walking Dead series, if you don't know, there was a character called the Governor, right? Rick Grimes and his group stumble across this idyllic looking town that's being run by a guy known as the Governor. And he seems like a really nice guy. He's really likable. He's really friendly, but all is not well in this town. And there are signs that he's some kind of crazy, egotistical tyrant. And eventually it turns out he is. He's an egomaniac. He's a tyrant. And he launches an invasion with a tank of the prison where Rick and his group are living. And there's a great end of season payoff where he invades the prison and scatters the group, but he loses. He loses the battle. I think he gets wounded or something. It's been a long time since I saw it. And he loses and he's dethroned as the governor. And then in the next season, we find the governor having been nursed back to health by a couple of like good Samaritans who found him, and they've nursed him back to health. Like it's like a guy and his daughter. His daughter's like 10 years old or something. They don't know who he is. They have known him as a tyrant. They just think he's a guy in need of help. And he kind of is reformed a little bit by this experience. He's nursed back to health. He takes a liking to the guy and his daughter. He thinks she's friendly to him, and he kind of takes her under his wing a little bit. He kind of sees himself, and he starts to have a redemption story. He's turned over a new leaf, and he's left his life of being a dictator behind. But then he comes across like a couple of bad guys that are kind of harassing this group, and he murders them with a golf club. Because you know what? It's just kind of his reaction to the situation. And it's a pretty brilliant scene. And then he kind of thinks about it and he's like, really, I think I've got this out of order because I think that was how he found the tank in the first place. So actually, I think what it was is they deposed him in the middle. It's been years since I saw it, folks. They deposed him in the middle of the season. He was exiled. Then he found the couple. And it turns out they had like an old army tank that was defunct. That's right. That's what it was. So he kind of was on this redemption arc, and it looked like he had turned over a new leaf. But then he starts getting, once he kills those bad guys, he gets a taste for it again. And he starts turning this whole settlement into another little empire. He starts building another little governorship, and he becomes just as ruthless as he ever was. And he convinces that whole group to help him invade Rick's group. And I always thought that was brilliant because it showed that, like, that's just the kind of man he is. If you put him in a situation where he can start building a little fiefdom, he starts building it. And he just can't help himself. And I just thought that was great. And that's how I would see Thrawn. He's a guy who can't help himself. He's going to build an empire that runs like clockwork no matter where he is. And that's how they should have done it in Ahsoka. But they can't because Filoni is an impotent writer. Wrangler says, good thing I have awesome co-hosts. Yeah, Wrangler. You know what? We should collab sometime. Fu Man Blue says, I've only watched a couple hours. Oh, I have to catch up on the chat. Are you talking about The Walking Dead? Probably nobody here is looking for a Walking Dead discussion. Dude, I got so bored of that show. I used to like The Walking Dead at the beginning. It just became the same story over and over and over again. It's like, oh, look, they discovered another idyllic community, but is there more than meets the eye? Oh, look, there's some troubling signs of censorship and tyranny. Could it be that they're really cannibals? Oh, they're cannibals. I'm like, oh, gee, I didn't see that coming. It's like every single time. It's like, oh, they're ruthless raiders. They skin people alive. It's every time on that show. And then I started watching Fear the Walking Dead, and it's the same shit. I'm like, no, I can't do this. I can't do any more of this. So listen, I have respect for some of what The Walking Dead achieved, but it's had its day. It's had its day. It truly. What else in the stack of stuff? I feel like I'm leaving something on the. Oh my God, I am. They're back, folks. Folks, we knew. Look, I said this on the last stream that we had watched the Ahsoka Shills, the final chapter. The final bloody chapter. It turns out that the Ahsoka Shills, they had one last golden egg to give. Do we dare? Hat tip Grizzy, please check this video is linked in the description. Give him a like, give him a follow. He deserves it.
Oh. I love this show. I loved it to death.
Loved it. Loved this show.
What did you love about it?
Point Blank is one of my favorite things Star Wars and Lucasfilm have ever done.
Shut your fucking mouth. Get those words out your fucking mouth. Oh my God. No, you don't. You don't think that. You can't possibly think that. Look, I'm not even saying, even if Ahsoka is like, an okay show, there's no way you could think it's the best thing Star Wars has ever done. These people, come on.
You guys dropped acid, didn't you?
I said, hey, that's what I like about you.
And Ahsoka Season 1 is a flat-out masterpiece to me.
Oh.
Great season.
Yeah.
Great storytelling.
Now, what?
This is my favorite Star Wars.
Okay, to be fair, he could be taking them out of context. So that is to be fair to the Shills. To be totally fair to the Shills, he could be clipping out things where they defend themselves a little better. But I want to hear what storytelling. What was your favorite part? What was the best thing Ahsoka did? What was the moment of realization or heroism that gave you chills? And if you say, the red lightsaber that Anakin had, that's not a story. That's just a visual element. That's a prop that you saw that you liked. I'd say, what is the story that you liked?
Star Wars show that they have done.
Great music, great performances, great writing.
No.
Just solid all around. It just really.
It was definitely solid.
No!
Very
God
solid.
damn it. This was a masterpiece. This gave me the Force. This made me feel like the Force was inside me.
Clearly, that's not all that was inside you.
And I loved this.
Gay!
This is something that I think George Lucas would look at and be absolutely proud
Oh.
of. And if you don't think so, you're fucking crazy. I genuinely think you are.
And these are the
You don't think something that I think George Lucas would look at and be absolutely proud of. And if you don't think so, you're fucking crazy. I genuinely think you are.
And these are the same people that tell you and I not to criticize people's opinions. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Don't call people names, etc. But of course, it's totally fine when they do it.
And if you don't think so, you're fucking crazy. I genuinely think you are.
Episode 8. It's the finale. I didn't like it. But I liked the season.
Oh, you know, when I'm talking about something I genuinely love, like Dune, for example, that I don't think I would ever describe it that. I don't think I would ever say, if you don't come out of the Dune film and think it's one of the best visual treats you've ever seen and just love this film to death and love this world, you're fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. I don't think I would ever say that. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I don't think I would. I think what I would say is, I really love this film. I think you're going to love it. Please see it. Give it a chance. And if you don't like it, I mean, I don't know why, but I said it on the stream. I'm like, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea, but you got to admit, amazing visuals and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I just don't think I would ever say. So this just comes across as odd to characterize it that way.
Okay.
Oh, this should be good.
Was I cheering at the end when Sabine got that lightsaber? I sure was.
What a pussy.
I am proud of Sabine. I am good with her.
Force wielder?
I'm totally down for Sabine.
I mean, for me, I don't necessarily care. I don't think it breaks anything for me or anything.
Can I translate that for you? Can I translate what that guy just said? He was like, Sabine having force powers is fucking stupid. But if I say that, I'm going to be canceled. So he's like, no, I don't dare. This is a hostage video. Sabine having the force is something I am very okay with.
Sabine being able to use the force so effectively in that moment of pushing Ezra, I feel like you have to kind of consider the fact that what she's lost.
Here we go. Gotta try and make it make sense.
She's lost her entire family, all of them lost on Mandalore.
That doesn't fucking matter. And even if it did, it doesn't make sense that she's only just now able to use it in the finale of Ahsoka.
And I think what they did with being able to grab the lightsaber and do the push, it was exactly about as far as I feel that she deserved to get in terms of the Force. And I think it's impressive.
Yeah,
You mean as far as Luke Skywalker got in The Empire Strikes Back? That's ridiculous.
Know what you're saying is stupid when your own co-hosts are laughing at you.
I think it highlights the concept of the Force as
Today, Junior.
something that, anyone can tap into if you are open to it and if you trust it.
Allow me to translate. The Force is now a participation trophy.
Oh my God, that is brilliant. Oh, that is so brilliant. Dude, Chrissy, that is a devastating point he just made. He's like, the Force is now a participation trophy. It is now a participation ribbon. You tried hard. You get the Force now.
Strangled, and that's what she was just kind of reaching out before, but then you really saw her kind of come into the Force. Now, sure, why not in the finale?
Even when these people don't like something, they still defend it. Watch, she does it again.
And then she's able to push Ezra up onto the ship. Okay.
Look at this. Okay, this woman, actually, I have some sympathy for. I do, because I see this. This is blue pill behavior right here. This is a blue pill because she wants. See, this is why I really dislike this narrative of I just want people to have fun. I just want people to enjoy things and have a good time. Look, I do too. I don't want people to go to a movie and be and have it be shitty and have it be an awful experience. I never want that for anyone. But This is the problem. This is the problem with allowing standards to slide. This is the problem with not caring that like there's quality and effort and actual like payoff, setup and payoff, and the promise of the premise getting paid off. And the like, this is the problem with not insisting on that. And in good storytelling is that you lie to yourself. She doesn't like it. You can see it on her face. She's annoyed by it because she's right. By the way, that is the correct reaction to this garbage, but she can't admit it because she wants to live in the world where Star Wars is good. And I don't blame her, folks. I don't blame her for that. But listen, we all have to grow up someday, okay? We all have to learn how the world really is. And Fu Man Blue just came in with another $10 Rumble rant. He's crazy, folks. He's like, no, somebody stop him. He said, I've heard Neurotic and others say that these people are making things for their peers. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I gave you credit for it twice. I thought I missed it. Okay, cool. Well, you know what? I'll read it anyway. Distill that one step down and you realize they're just virtue signaling. Director X never cared what we would think. So there you go. A second. I reread a super chat and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that.
Looked cool. It sounded cool. We got the Force theme. I'm not upset.
Lying to yourself, lying to your audience, all for your paid Disney Shield access pass. Fuck off.
So I did literally cheer when
Do you think they're paid, folks? Do you? Like, I hear this argument a lot that they like get access, and maybe they do. Like some of them definitely do, like maybe shows like this. But I'm curious. I just think a lot of these that I think it's a grift because you just know reaction channels are popular and there's nothing good to react to. Let's face it, folks. So I don't know if I agree that that's the case. I'm open to it, certainly.
Bean Force pulled that lightsaber to her. I was like, finally, here we go. She did it.
So does that look and sound familiar to any of you?
Finally, here we go. She did it.
Please consider that like button a middle finger to both Ray and Sabine and smash the shit out of it for me. And please subscribe if you haven't already.
I'd appreciate it. I really would.
Listen, you want to learn how to build a business without my money?
What that?
I remember when I lost my mind.
It wasn't just cameos. It had meaning behind it.
I wouldn't even necessarily call it fan service. Like in a way you kind of can, yeah, but it's like it's something that needs to be there. It serves a big purpose.
No.
What purpose?
You could have ended episode 4 with the camera panning over the ocean and begun episode 5 with Hera looking for and finding Ahsoka in the ocean, and it would have changed nothing in the grand scheme of things.
I think episode 5, I think it's up there with some of the best Star Wars content that I have ever seen, man. It is fantastic.
It was nostalgia bait and it was filler.
I love it. It was picture perfect. It was everything was great about Hayden's return on this show.
While also respecting the hell out of what came before. The usage of Anakin in this show was fantastic.
Great to see Hayden Christensen. I think they used him perfectly in this series.
Do you notice they never have like a plot the closest thing they've had to like a story moment is when Sabine got the lightsaber, and of course that moment is totally unearned and it does not have the proper setup for that kind of a payoff, so it means nothing. But at least that's one time when they're pointing to something ostensibly in the story happening. But most of the time there's Anakin was perfect. This was such a solid story. What are you talking? Like what? What was?
You're serious? And the theories and the speculation that we had. This is the fun of
YouTube locked up. Okay, hang on a second. Something wrong with YouTube? Okay. I want to make sure I didn't. Let me know if I missed any super chats. Let me know. But I think I got them all. Yes. Okay, cool. Just double checking. Still getting better at this, folks. I still got to level up. I got to unlock the Eagle Eye super chat perk where you are so good at live streaming, you never miss a super chat. Okay. Is YouTube still locked up? Let me know. I don't think I'm getting hit for copyright because I see everything looking good on the back end. So I will roll tape. By the way, hat tip Grizzy. This is Disney Star Wars Shills defend Dave Filoni's Ahsoka series. Give him a like and a subscribe. He is a Grizzy. What is his actual handle? Because there's another Grizzy. Okay, he's at Grizzy1989. At Grizzy1989. Link is in the description.
Star Wars that I want to have.
Who's going to show up in this show? Who's going to show up in that show? That's all these people get excited about.
Dude, they're going to bring back Maul or something, man. I'm telling you. There's no way that they're not going to.
You're right, Melodic Method. That is called having a producer. I have a theoretical producer. He's theoretically right over there.
Dave fucking Filoni doesn't disappoint, does he?
I really was happy with what Dave Filoni has made. When am I not happy with what Dave Filoni has made?
Overall, what Filoni does great is he makes things feel like Star Wars.
Not even close. And he's always trying to create something, with the fans' best interest at heart.
No! I hope they give him everything, and I hope he's in charge of everything at some level moving forward.
I kind of like where Filoni's headed on this. I mean, especially because I've become a part of the Filonidom. Our numbers are small, but our passion is potent.
Well, Grace, with regards to the Nielsen ratings, you are correct. Your numbers are indeed small.
I just don't like this.
Everyone's in.
Grace, man. I like where this is going. I like where he's going with this. Where is he going, Grace? Where is he going? Do tell. Give me all your theories about all the complex, interesting places this could go. You don't know where he's going. He doesn't know where he's going. Well, Thrawn was over there, and now he's over here, which means he's gonna be here now. Oh my God, I'm so excited. So stupid. Anyway, I think I'll leave it there. I don't want to totally rip off Grizzy. I've used 2 of Grizzy's videos, so with a respect for a fellow creator. If you want to see the rest, go check it out. But the Grizzy Shills, they strike back, sir. They struck back. Welcome, Old Man Nixon. There's an Old Man Nixon there he is. Hello, peeps. Look at Star Fury. I ran off. Is that like a personal attack or something? Is that like a euphemism for yorking? Upchucking, blowing chunks. You get what I'm saying? Wrangler. Okay, cool. I'm still live. Good. Someone had said the YouTube locked up. I just worried. I thought I might have been. I don't think Grizzy would ever do a copyright hit, but you never know. Yes, one day, Melodic, one day we will have a producer and probably someday someone else to talk to on the panel, maybe. I don't know. I like it. I'll probably always do at least one solo show. I just enjoy just me and the camera and all of you, my dear sailors and star knots. Hey, there was a bit of good news that I do want to share with you. Okay, try this headline. And you've probably already seen it. But this one is a huge win because I'm going to tell you right now, I was a great fan of the Netflix Daredevil series. I would say that is still a 10 out of 10 series. And we dodged a bullet, folks. Or maybe we did. We'll see. Dude, look at how shitty that costume is. Do you know what he looks like? He looks like a construction worker on the side of the road with like those what would you call it? Those glowing stripes on the shoulders so that you don't run over him. It's so bad. Dude, this looks so fake too. This looks like a really bad foam, like, I don't know, a fucking yoga outfit or something. I don't know what to call it, but it does not look like it's military grade. It doesn't look like it's tactical. He looks, I swear to God, like a construction worker. Nothing against that noble profession. I'm just saying that ain't like the best look for a superhero, you know, unless specifically your thing is you're the construction worker who avenges evil. I mean, maybe then that's kind of a character reason for it, but you get my point. Report this from Bounding into Comics. Marvel is scrapping Daredevil Born Again Disney Plus series. They plan significant creative reboot of the series. Well, guess what, folks? It only took 10 failed movies and 10 failed series for them to finally realize, we might want to make some changes. Dude, it's like the Titanic trying to turn when they see the iceberg. They can't do it, man. It's like they just aren't fast enough. A new report claims that Marvel Studios is completely scrapping their upcoming Daredevil Born Again series for Disney Plus after they had already filmed nearly half of the first season's episode. I'm going to tell you right now, I would lay real money on this. Straight up. Garbage. Dog shit. I guarantee you it was exactly like Secret Invasion. It was exactly like She-Hulk. Boring, intersectional feminism crap. Just him wandering from place to place, conversations in coffee shops. I mean, nothing happening ever. I bet it was such garbage. I bet like the legal scenes were just nonsense. You know, like no verisimilitude whatsoever in the courtroom, which, by the way, I am a huge fan of legal drama. I am a huge fan of like the law. That's just one of the things I'm nerdy about. And I even at one point in my life thought about being a lawyer. I liked it so much. I love movies about like trial law. I loved that show, The Practice, and Boston Legal, those shows back in the day. Loved them. So I know good legal drama and legal comedy when I see it. And one of the things I love about Daredevil is that he's a lawyer. It's one of my favorite aspects of his character. And if there is one complaint I have about the Netflix series, it's that he did not spend enough time being a lawyer. That's actually the one thing about the Netflix series I wasn't wild about, is I wanted to see him actually in the courtroom, you know, like using the same way that Bruce Wayne uses his billionaire persona by day to kind of accomplish things. That's kind of what I wanted to see with Matt Murdock. So anyway, on to the article. The Hollywood Reporter's Boris Kitt claims that Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios executives are scrapping their Daredevil Born Again series after reviewing nearly half of the 18-episode show's footage. 18? Usually these things are like 8 and they're out of there. While the series production was paused due to the Writers Guild of America strike, according to Kitt, Marvel Studios canned writers Chris Ord and Matt Corman, as well as all the show's planned directors, as they plan a significant creative reboot of the series. However, while they have been removed as the series head writers, they are still part of this new show as executive producers. That's just a way to get rid of them. You know, just, well, go sit over there. We'll pay you some money. You'll get your name in the credits, but you're not doing shit anymore. It's likely a similar case to Doctor Strange director Scott Derrickson getting an executive producer. Well, of course, the article just made that very point of getting an executive producer role after stepping away from Doctor Strange in the multiverse. Why is this show? This show is the best example of how wrong-headed everything they do. This is, they have no intention of honoring this character as he was in the Netflix show, but yet they want to do it anyway. I have, Bob Iger can just fucking suck it, okay? Like, I do not care. He better be overwhelmed. I hope every meal he eats is hard to even get down because he's so sick all the time over the absolute catastrophe that he has presided over, because he deserves it. He deserves it because these people are greedy. They are selfish. They are disrespectful. They're garbage people. And I don't care if they're good at business, whether they are, he's not, but they have no right. They have no right to shit on these stories and just trash them and then ignore the feedback that they're getting from their customers. So yeah, he can just suck it. He can just choke on it. Kitt would also provide details on the now scrapped vision for the show, detailing sources say that Corman and Ord crafted a legal procedural that did not resemble the Netflix. Oh, there's a surprise. Oh my God. I think I'm going to have a heart attack and die from not surprise. Known for its action and violence, which no Disney show is known for, Cox didn't even show up in costume until the 4th episode. My God, can you guys imagine? Oh, could you imagine sitting through 4 episodes of this shite? And he's not even in the suit. Dude, this was going to be a disaster. However, while the reports that the show is undergoing a significant creative reboot of the series, he also claims that Marvel plans to keep episodes, though other serialized elements will be injected. Dude, she is, I'm just going to quote Lieutenant Jim Dangle of Reno 911. She is a very unfortunate looking woman. I'm just going to say she's a very unfortunate looking woman. This report comes just weeks after. That's so mean. So fucked up. This report comes just weeks after details about the Daredevil. She's a very unfortunate looking woman. I'm cracking up, folks. The captain is cracking up. It's it's the ship is becalmed at sea, and everyone's going stark raving on this vessel. No, the Daredevil Born Again series were, fine. We got all that. They were filming it. Those details. Is there anything else I want to cover in this? Yes. Oh my God, what they did to Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin. Dude, he is not in this series that they're showing here, which was the Hawkeye series, but his portrayal of the Kingpin in Netflix's Daredevil is up there with Heath Ledger's Joker for me. Like straight up one of the best supervillain portrayals in live action of all time. I cannot tell you how much I hate what they did to him in Hawkeye. Dude, you know what it was like? You know what? I'll tell you exactly what his appearance was like in Hawkeye. It's identical to Anakin's appearance in Ahsoka. I'm so glad I just stumbled on this point because, I'm watching those Disney shows, right? And they're talking about Anakin's appearance was perfect. Anakin's appearance was exactly what it was meant to be, and you had to have it. And Filoni is so good at this. And so I'm listening to this drivel and I'm thinking, but, if I'm playing devil's advocate, what if I liked this show? Would I agree with them? And there's a perfect example. I watched Hawkeye and I did not hate Hawkeye, but I also didn't love it at all. The last 2 episodes were ridiculous. It was farcical, folks. It was farcical. That final battle in the skating rink was, I'm not going to go there, but it was farcical. Anyway, I remember seeing Vincent D'Onofrio show up and I was excited. I remember seeing him show up and I'm thinking, oh, there's Vincent D'Onofrio. And I'm thinking, oh, that's going to be cool. Okay, maybe this can save things. And then as I'm watching it, I'm like, huh? What? Why is he talking that way? Whenever he had something to say to someone, there was always a sense of intimidation and a level of fear. It was always because he was playing a deep strategic game and he had an ace up his sleeve. So why is he just falling straight into this trap? And then why is he just getting kicked across the floor? I watched him just manhandle the Daredevil with all of his martial arts moves, and he just pounded him into the dirt. Why is he suddenly getting his ass kicked? Like literally at every stage of his appearance in that show, these are the things going through my head. It's like, why is he not saying this? Why is he talking like that? And by the end of it, I'm like, that's not Kingpin. That's not the Kingpin I saw on Netflix. So that's how I know the shills are fucking wrong, because that's the correct reaction to Anakin showing up in Ahsoka. Is like, oh, okay, cool. Anakin's here. Wait, why isn't he talking about Luke? Hey, how come Ahsoka's not asking him about him falling to the dark side? Why is she taking advice from a guy that became Darth Vader? Wait, does she not know he was like, and then by the end of that, the correct reaction is, why was he in this show? You know what I mean? They ruined Anakin. So there you go. Enoy, says Starfury, a feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. The more you know. It's a danger, folks. It's a danger. The outfit was right from a Spider-Man comic on the cover. Yeah, maybe so. I know that he did have a gold outfit in comic books, but look, it does, whatever the case in the comics, that is not a good translation. Like that just does not come across well at all. And some of it might be the material. And I do know there were people that criticized his costume in the Netflix show as well. Some people didn't like it. And I understand those critiques, but it at least looked tactical. And it seemed to fit like what he does in his occupation. I think there's a way to get at it. I think the problem is they keep splitting the baby. You know, they want it to look real. They want it to look realistic and grounded because they're ashamed. They're ashamed of comic book characters. This is why they would never let Wolverine have his suit. But at the same time, they want to kind of like throw a bone, you know, and so that they're kind of like halfway adapting his uniform. And it's like, no, I think you've got to just go for it. You just got to go for it. Like, look, Captain America in Avengers, when I saw that movie, I was stunned that they put him in the authentic Captain American outfit with the shield, the stars and stripes, everything. I was like, wow. And he looked great. He looked awesome as Cap. And and I'll tell you what, one of my favorite moments in Avengers, like the whole movie, is when he jumps on the top of a car and he tells these two cops, he's like, hey, I need you to go section off that block, and I need you to be a lookout over here. And the two cops are like, why the hell should we listen to what you're saying? And then right then he just takes out a couple of Chitauri and just beats the shit out of them. And then the cops are like, okay, yeah, let's go block off they start following his orders. And that was a Marvel joke that was done well. That was a Marvel joke that was done correctly, because the joke was obviously that these cops have never seen a guy dressed like this before. They have no idea who he is. And why is he giving cops orders? He then demonstrates why they should be listening to him, because he's a badass and he's kicking ass and he clearly knows what he's doing. And he just did something superhuman right in front of them. And they're so shocked by this that they immediately, that's funny. And that fits within the world. And it's, I don't need to tell you, but I'm just saying this is what the dumb writers don't understand these days. So I have to tell them, folks. I have to explain to them the difference, right? And so, it can be done, but you gotta lean into it, is what I'm saying. And this is why Phase 1 worked. The reason why Phase 1 worked is they leaned into it. Iron Man looked like Iron Man. The Hulk was big and green and wearing shorts, purple shorts. Captain America was wearing the stars and stripes. And you can even tell that they didn't like it that much, though, because in the next movie, they put him in a different outfit and they didn't let him wear the stars and stripes until the final act of the film. And I frankly don't even really like that. I don't like that. But, whatever. My point is, when they leaned into it, it looked great. And I just think with this Daredevil gold suit, like they split the difference and it just doesn't look right. So Wrangler says Hawkeye should have been so much better. Renner and Steinfeld worked well together. They had all the ingredients for an awesome series, but they flubbed the delivery. Yeah, Hawkeye was kind of my first introduction to what all of these shows are, which is just nothing happening. Just nothing happening. No stakes. Like there's nothing I'm worried about in any of these shows. And that one was probably the least offensive. Yeah, probably. I would say that's probably the least worst thing Marvel's created. I should have done a top 10 list for this show. Maybe next Sunday we will. Because I think we're about due. We're about due for like a ranking of all the Marvel Phase 4 and 5 garbage. Yeah, I agree with you, Fu Man Blue. I loved his suit in the Netflix version. I liked how he kind of earned it. I liked how the story had reasons why he needed it. I thought all that was cool. All that was cool. And of course, the scene with Cap and the cop in Avengers, one of my favorite of all time. Dude, that movie is probably the best film in all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is that first Avengers film. It was pure magic. I would say that was like on the level of Star Wars coming out, the first original Star Wars. Like that was an event like that in my life. I've never seen anything like it before or since. I could not believe how amazing it. I walked out of that theater and I couldn't believe what I had just seen. I was like, how did they do that? They made all of those characters have their own movie all together in the same movie. It was incredible. It was a Thor movie. It was a Captain America movie. It was a Hulk movie. It was an Iron Man movie. It was just brilliant. Just brilliant. And you're right, Star Fury. Phase 1 worked because of sincerity. They faithfully adapted the characters. They adapted their actual stories. Like, Captain America, the First Avenger. I remember the first time I saw it, I liked it. I liked it a lot, but there were elements of it I wasn't wild about. And the more I watch it, the more I love it because it just tells his story. And I'll tell you, the heart and soul of that film is him as a character. Steve Rogers as a character is the heart and soul of it. Like, and the best part of it is when he's standing there with the garbage can lid and he's just trying to fight this guy, and he's a skinny little shrimp and he can't fight, but he fights anyway, and he shows all his courage. Like, that's like the fact that that's where he comes from is such a great story. And I remembered that because I used to read the Captain America comics. So I loved it. I loved it that, like, yes, they're capturing his real story, and it was done so well. And so that's why the scene in Civil War, when he's fighting Tony Stark and Tony Stark is actually kind of beating the shit out of him, and he gets onto his feet and he says, I could do this all day. That scene gives me chills for so many reasons, because it's like, it's not that it's just, oh, it's a reference. He said it. He said the line. That's not why, because the fact is Tony Stark doesn't know this about him. Tony Stark wasn't there the day when he was a skinny little shrimp getting his ass kicked and still fighting anyway, right? Tony doesn't know that. That's why that's so powerful, because we as the audience know something that no one else does about Steve Rogers, that this is a guy with heart. You don't even know the half of it is really what we're thinking in that scene. And it's the fact that, like, he never gives up. It's just it's his Captain America's superpower. His real superpower is he never gives up. He's got heart. He's a leader. He leads by example. It's his moral character that's his real superpower. Batman's superpower is obsession. Batman's superpower is obsession, right? And so Steve Rogers' superpower is, it's his inspiring moral character. And all of his abilities, that is why it's not a catchphrase. It's him saying something that has great dramatic meaning. And that's why when, Haley Atwell's alternative, Captain Britain, says, I could do this all day. First of all, it's stolen valor. But even leaving that aside, it wouldn't even matter if it were an original line. It means nothing to us because we don't know her history. We don't know the backstory that gives it meaning. So it just shows me that when writers write this stuff, it's like they're just writing references. That, back in the early days, they were writing stories. And that's really the difference. Booman Blue says, and honestly, Chris may be a tool, but he mastered that character. Anyone that tries to play that character that doesn't consult him would be a fool. And here's the deal. I've heard this all my life because, like, look, I'm a movie buff. I love TV shows. I can't help myself. If there's a good actor in something, they're just good. And the problem is there's a lot of times where I would talk to someone. I'd be like, oh, this movie was so good. This actor was so good at it. And someone would be like, oh, I hate that actor. I can't stand his politics. He's such a weirdo. And I'm like, okay, but, like, he's playing a character this, blah. And it's like, dude, if I would not watch something that had an actor in it that was a lunatic in real life, if I followed that rule, I wouldn't watch anything. What could you even watch? They're all lunatics, pretty much. I mean, look, they're all a little weird. You gotta look, we've all been in high school. If you were in drama club or you knew of the drama club, like, let's just face it. It's an odd bunch, okay? So look, you gotta, I am able to separate for the most part. Now, there are exceptions. If there's a real crazy, like, usually the exception is if I feel that literally the film is like, how can I put this? If it's literally like I'm being goaded, like Ghostbusters 2016, let's just use that as an example, where it's literally there is a full-blown ideological bully movement in effect to get you to watch the movie or else you're a sexist. It's like, well, in that case, go fuck yourself. I'll boycott your movie because screw you. And you could just choke on it. That's a different story. It's like if it's attached to the film itself and they're making a big deal out of something like that, Well, in that case, yeah, it's like you can go pound sand. But if it's like, oh yeah, Tom Cruise is a Scientologist weirdo, it's like, okay, fine. I can still enjoy Mission Impossible. I can still enjoy Mission Impossible. Well, she was right, Wrangler. Haley Atwell also said that she didn't want to use that line. Now, that I'm not surprised by, because I have to say, as actors goes, I tend to think Haley Atwell's got some class. I tend to think she is one classy babe. There's just something about her. I'll tell you what, her character in Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning was awesome. Was awesome. And I was surprised by that because honestly, we all know there's been a lot of girl bosses lately and it gets a little annoying. But there's two things about it. She was sexy. She was cute. She kind of had these vulnerable moments, you know, and what was interesting about it was Ethan Hunt's interactions with her in the film were like a classic kind of James Bond and Bond girl kind of interaction. Like he's kind of seducing her. He's kind of like putting the moves on her, but then she kind of snookers him. You know, she's a little bit, you know, she kind of uses her feminine wiles on him. And it's this kind of give and take repartee. And I'm like, dude, it's like an old school Bond film. It was great. They're both kind of manipulating each other using their spy tricks. Like he's using his spy tricks on her. She's using her thief tricks on him. Later in the film, you know, she's a great spot. Like, she's a great thief. She's good at getting herself out of a tight spot. She's very good at like, you know, picking locks and stuff like that. She's not good at like, you know, knife fighting. Like she's not good at that. So there's scenes in the movie where she gets cornered by the bad guys and Ethan Hunt has got to save her. And it's like, and you know, what's so great about it is it doesn't make her any less of a strong character. It actually makes her more likable because now we're seeing that she's having to earn it. And basically her arc in that movie is Ethan Hunt is basically going to recruit her into the IMF. Now that, if you want to bring a female character into a story like that and have it earn the audience's investment and have it feel, you know, organic and right for the character, that's how you do it. You have the character, you know, be a little in over their head and have to earn it. And she really did. And also, you know, you never hear her, at least I haven't, talking about, you know, misogynistic fans or the male gaze or any of that bullshit. I think she knows how to be sexy and have fun in a role, and she gets on with it. She just gets on with it. Oh, yes. Fu Man Blue says that grenade scene, referring to the first Captain America, makes me tear up every time because I want so badly to believe I could do that. And that means something. Yeah. And Melodic Method says, same, bro. And the captain says, same, bro. Dude, that is hardcore. Jumping on a grenade to save your buddies. I think we'd all like to believe we were capable of that. I watch a film like Letters from Iwo Jima, or what was it? Flags of Our Fathers. I was watching Saving Private Ryan. I've been on kind of a war movie kick lately. I watch these films and I just like watching these soldiers charging into machine gun nests and knowing that they had to do that. Like they did that. And those Marines charged into that fire and they did it again and again and again. You know, the Pacific War, they did multiple beach landings and almost every one of them was a bloodbath. Not all of them, but most of them were. And it's like, dude, I'd love to believe I could do that. And honestly, I think if history tells us anything, you just never know until you're in there. Like the Pacific has a great scene in which there's a guy who's a lieutenant, I think, and he's commanding a platoon, and he seems like he's really well put together. He's a hard ass. He's pretty tough. But then in the next scene, when the Japanese, it's Guadalcanal, and they're doing a suicide charge, the guy he's cowering in a foxhole, crying. And a minute ago in the show, he was like a badass, and you're just watching one of the John Basilone, who's one of the newbies at this point, is kind of just. And you can see that, like, even most of the guys are kind of like, they kind of understand it. It's like they kind of understand the guy and they feel a little bit bad for him, but also don't have time for it at the same time. And it's like, dude, I just think, or even when I'm just studying like not ancient, but like early naval warfare, I just think, wow, those frigates lined up, you know, in the age of fighting sail, just cannon broadsides tearing apart the ships. And boy, did it produce some ghastly scenes of gore on those ships. And I just think, wow, standing there firing those guns, dude. Yeah, it takes strong. You got to have a. It takes something. It takes something, folks. The captain is at a loss for words, and you're exactly right. Ditto. Ditto says stuff, Yuri. Ditto. And there's not, look, when you're facing a bayonet charge and machine gun nests and the fate of freedom in all the world, there's not much time to parse over pronouns. There just isn't. Because it's like, hey, we're trying to win a war against the Nazis and the Empire of Japan. We're trying to, keep our civilization. We're trying to charge the beaches of Iwo Jima. And you know what we got to worry about?
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
I know. I need more memes, okay? But listen, as is a gentleman and a scholar. He's a warrior poet, is as. That would be heels versus babyface. Starfairy says, explains the reason for dropping the nuke. You know what? I am definitely, Oppenheimer was most of what I wanted it to be. Like, it was mostly as awesome as I hoped it would be. I will say the detonation of the bomb, everyone goes wild about that scene. I love everything leading up to the detonation, and I love everything after the detonation. But for some reason, I was very disappointed by the detonation. I really was. It just did not hit me as I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't get to see enough of it. So, but I loved the moral complexity of the story. I loved Oppenheimer wrestling with the morality of it. And like the final line of the film where they reveal what he said to Einstein. Oh my God, that was brilliant. It's like, he's like, remember when I asked you when we were building the bomb about the possibility of setting off a chain reaction that would destroy the world? Well, I think we may have done that. And I thought, that's so good. That's so good. Because honestly, he's right. We may have done that. But in any case, I consider dropping the nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki a terrible thing. I consider it to be a terrible act that we did. I also think the firebombing of Tokyo and many other cities was a terrible thing. I also think that the bombing of Dresden and the systematic leveling of city after city after city every single night in Germany and wiping out, thousands and thousands of civilians with incendiaries in Germany was a terrible thing to do. It's like, I think that you do a lot of terrible things to win a war. And I don't think there's anything wrong with understanding that those were terrible things and that we need to be clear about that there's nothing glorious or beautiful about doing those things. And we should be careful about how enthusiastically we congratulate ourselves that we did the right thing. We can acknowledge that because that's what separates us from the enemy. That is what separates us from the totalitarians, is the ability to question, did we go too far? Did we do the right thing? Should we be happy about this? While also recognizing that this is what at the time was how you had to win. And this is what had to be done. And was it right? Was it wrong? That's a question for historians, but at the time, everything was on the line and it had to be done. I think you in the tactical analysis, and I think you can and that's kind of the way I look at it. I look at it as it was a terrible thing. I think there's moral arguments in both ways that, for and against it. And one way or another, I think whatever moral debt we have incurred for doing that, it'll come around. It'll come around to the extent that there is one. Perhaps we're living through it, quite frankly. Perhaps we are living through it. There's a scene at the end in the final episode of Deep Space Nine. There's a scene I really like. Captain Sisko and Admiral Ross have made a bet with the Klingon general, now Chancellor Martok, on their way to invade Cardassia to defeat the Dominion. They make a bet. They say, if we'll bet you a barrel of blood wine, that would be Cisco and Ross versus Martok. We'll bet you a barrel of blood wine that we set foot on Cardassia Prime first. And so the race is on. Martok wants to get there first. Captain Cisco wants to get there first. And there's this enthusiastic competition. But then, the battle happens. There's this big bloody invasion, this massive ship battle. And then finally, the Dominion is defeated. But the Dominion had also launched a genocide against the Cardassians because they were rising up against the Dominion. And so they leveled a bunch of Cardassian cities and murdered just millions of civilians. And so Martok, Cisco, and Ross are all standing in the ruins of a Cardassian city in victory, having defeated the Dominion. And they're standing there in victory. And Martok is scooping out his cup of blood wine. And he's, this is a great day. Songs will be sung. And he's toasting with Ross and Cisco. And Ross and Cisco are standing there looking very sour. They're looking very not happy. And Cisco says, suddenly I don't feel like drinking. And Martok's like, what? Come on. Don't forget that these were the people that tried to conquer the Federation. And Cisco said, they deserved it. They started it. They brought this on themselves. And Cisco says, that doesn't mean I have to drink a toast over their bodies. And he dumps out the blood wine. And then Ross dumps out the blood wine and they go walking off. And then Martok, who's a Klingon, is like, humans. he's like, I'll drink the wine. I don't care. He's like, this is great. Well, I love that scene. I really do, because it brought like a reality to it. It's like, Cisco had this idea in his head that, we're going to beat the Cardassians and drink a toast. And then when he gets there and he sees all the wreckage, yes, he led the fight and he would have done it again. But that doesn't mean he's happy that he's standing over the bodies of millions of dead. He still recognizes the, for lack of a better term, humanity of those that are defeated. And that's how I feel about the bombs. Dude, did you see Gundam has had a few videos lately? It's a Gundam has had a few videos following this guy, Johnny something. What is he? Some asshole TikToker who goes around Japan like shouting Hiroshima, Nagasaki and racial slurs and all this stuff. And he keeps getting arrested. And I'm like, dude, fuck that guy. Like, that guy is an absolute piece of shit. He's giving Americans a bad name. And it's just, look, that's, oh God, that just nauseates me when I think about that. It really does. And look, if I had been Truman back in the day, I probably would have green-lighted it. I probably would have. Now, given in the fullness of time, look, there's no way I'm ordering, if I have those two bombs, there is no way I am ordering a full-scale invasion of Japan that is going to result in millions, probably hundreds of thousands. Look, the reality is the will to even do that was almost gone at that point in the war effort. Like at that point, people were so sick of World War II, they wanted it over, and all of and basically the U.S. was pretty much almost out of money for the war effort. And it was getting to the point where we almost couldn't afford to go much farther. And it was like, dude, it had to end. It just had to end. And it far be it for me to judge my ancestors for that. Yes, you could acknowledge the horror at the same time. Melodic method. It takes balls, dude. Team America World Police. When Gary is acting, he's acting to get his way into the terrorist group, and they're like, "You don't look like a terrorist to me," says the terrorist. And so Gary gives this whole like impassioned speech about how his goats were murdered by American bombs. I love those goats. And then he says so if you don't think I'm a terrorist, then you just better kill me right now. and then the terrorist is like, he says, "You've got balls. I like balls." I've never laughed so hard. Dude, that is maybe the hardest I've ever laughed at a movie in a theater ever. That whole audience was dying the whole time. "No, Gary, I'm not from Hollywood and I'm not going to fuck your mouth." That's one of the best films of all time, man. Team America World Police. Oh, it was so funny because that was right smack dab in like Bush's kind of like in, I can't remember if he was getting reelected or if he had just been reelected. So tensions about the Iraq war were running high. And of course, all the celebrities who now are like all the same people that are crying about Ukraine and Ukraine. They were the people back then that were like, the war in Iraq is evil. Bush is a war criminal. And so that movie was very timely at the time. It was so good. This is the thing about Matt Stone and Trey Parker, and this ties into the Panderverse as well, because they, even back then, 20 years ago, we're talking about, folks, 20 years ago, I think, is when Team America came out. Even then, Matt Stone and Trey Parker were the only like writers in Hollywood that would go full tilt skewer leftists. Because yes, you would have a movie here and there that would, poke or prod at a leftist sacred cow once in a while. That of course did happen. There were definitely like screwball comedies that were offensive at times, like Step Brothers or whatever. You got those, okay? But usually when it was a political comedy, it was always skewering right-wing people, Christians, that sort of thing. Matt Stone and Trey Parker have always been the only game in town to literally skewer with unrelenting mercilessness both sides. And I greatly respect them for that. I greatly do. And they still live up to that, because I literally watched in their last season, they had a great episode skewering Trump and, Trump rallies with Mr. Garrison. It was hilarious. And now they're going to skewer pandering, race and gender swapping. Going to be fun. Wrangler says, what they don't seem to understand is that we actually like girl bosses. They just can't do them right. Angelina Jolie as Lara Croft, anybody? Well, so this is how my way of distinguishing the two is girl boss is a Mary Sue, but what I call a good, well done girl boss, I call that a badass babe. By the way, Haley Atwell in Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning is a badass babe. And she is who I would cast. If I could cast anyone I wanted, I would cast her to play Ahsoka. And honestly, it would kind of be a waste because she'd be in all that orange makeup, and that would not be good for her. But sacrifices must be made. Star Fury says, I want to see Gen Z storm a machine gun nest. Oh no, each bullet's a participation trophy. Oh jeez. Well, the way things are going, they might get their chance. Melodic Method said, Motoko Kusanagi, that would be General Kusanagi, if I recall, in Ghost in the Shell, and fuck the live action movie, a giant turd. Dude, she was that, meaning that's a good example of a badass babe. General, she is a general, right? I feel like I remember she was anyway, Kusanagi in Ghost in the Shell, which is great science fiction. Great the anime series, right? Not the live action. I never even watched the live action because I just thought, what? I don't listen. They did. Was that the one with Charlize Theron where she was Kusanagi? That's the one. But look, that was a race swap. When Charlize Theron, I think that's what the right one, right? Where Charlize Theron played Kusanagi, and that was a race swap I was opposed to. I was like, why are you casting a white chick to play this character? This, I feel like a Japanese actor should play this character. It's a Japanese character. It was just so anyway, that's just my opinion. So I had no interest in the Ghost in the Shell story. The Ghost in the Shell live action. I love the anime though. Great opening too. Joe Star Fury, a little salty, are we, Star Fury? Oh, you're all for burning White Houses. But when we're talking about Crimea River over Germany, says Star Fury. They firebombed Coventry, London, etc. Read. You gotta read Victor Davis Hansen's book on the Second World War, because he breaks down like the statistics. And I'm not defending Germany. I'm saying, look, there were citizens, there were people in those buildings, and I feel bad that they had to lose their life. I'm not saying I wouldn't have bombed them. Don't get it twisted. It's like, Brad Pitt's character in the movie Fury has a great line. He's talking to a German soldier who's kind of like pleading with him or something. And he's like, what, you Americans, what is it you want? And he's like, what we want is to keep beating you Nazis until you quit. We're just going to keep beating you people until you quit. And I'm like, that's what you had to do. You give it up. You got to give it up. Anyway, yeah. My point is that, they, in the early days of the war, they were bombing a lot of civilian targets, and they did a lot of damage. And in the words of Bomber Harris, they sowed the wind, and now they're going to reap the whirlwind. And boy, did we send it, because the one thing Germany never developed was an effective long-range bomber. They never developed one. Going back to talk about gigantism, they were obsessed with like super weapons. They wanted to build super weapons all the time. We just built a good, reliable, long-range bomber that worked, and we just printed them like they were going at. We just printed them day and night, the whole damn war, and just kept sending them. And so in the end, they got 10 times worse than they gave. Trust me. Germany was flattened. It was basically every single German city was at least half ruins by the end of that war. It was a cataclysmic defeat. There's a great show on Netflix. I can't believe this show never pops up in my feed. I never hear anyone talking about it. I thought it was a great show. It's on Netflix. It's called The Defeated. And it's literally about a New York City cop who in 1946, like right after the end of World War II, he is sent to Berlin to train German civilians how to be cops in order to rebuild Berlin and rebuild Germany. It's really good. It gets a little outlandish at parts. There's things about it I didn't like, but the concept is brilliant because it's a New York, Brooklyn cop, and he's teaching these Germans, and mostly it's just women because so many of the men are dead that literally there's only women available to do a lot of these jobs. So he's working with these women and teaching them how to like be cops. And it's super interesting because it just shows you the level of devastation. Like the city was in ruins. It was falling apart. There were like, it was basically like a Mad Max situation. It was a Mad Max situation. It was dangerous to go out at night. There were basically gangs in the streets. You had no idea what was going to happen. It was lawless. You could get away. You could literally just get away with murder. Because there was no law enforcement. Like it was that country was freaking wrecked at the end of World War II because Hitler was like, oh no, just keep going. Do you know what he did? The guy was so insane that he ordered Albert Speer, who was going to succeed him as the Fuhrer. He ordered him to demolish all of the food supplies, to destroy all the basically destroy anything and everything that could provide food to the German people because he wanted them starved to death as punishment for being defeated. And as soon as the Fuhrer shot himself, Speer was like, I ain't doing that. Like, no, we're not doing that. Star Fury says, I love the meme of every feminist when there is a draft. Oh, yes. Yes, I think we need equal representation. I really don't, actually. We never need to have women in the draft. That will not be necessary. Frankly, we don't need to have a draft. Politicians do not need that authority. I used to kind of think it made sense. It doesn't. If the situation ever arose where conscription were really necessary, we'd figure it out legislatively. There's no reason for that to be constantly in effect. I don't think that's right. And given our government, I don't think they should have that power. It's an abuse of liberty. It's an abuse of liberty. There are times when the entire society is on the line, but I'll tell you something. Back in World War II, there wasn't much need for a draft because everybody volunteered. Like pretty much any able-bodied man that could raced out to volunteer for that war effort. And America was very anti-war at that time. This is important to understand. America did not want to get involved in World War II and resisted it for a long time. It wasn't until the bombing of Pearl Harbor that then, okay, well, now you've asked for it. Now you've asked for it. And then there were guys that killed themselves because they weren't able to get into the military because they didn't qualify. They had flat feet or they had some kind of issue. They killed themselves because they couldn't sign up, which is insane. And they shouldn't have done that. But, that's how. So what I'm saying is, cometh the hour, cometh the man. If there were really a situation, I believe that there would be no problem. There would be no problem getting people to sign up. And you know what? They'd mostly come from red states. I'm just saying. Plenty from blue states. I'm not denying that. But I'll tell you what, you'd be grateful for those right-wing crazies, those MAGA people. You'd be pretty grateful for them if we were in that situation. Because let's just face it. Yes, I agree, Fu Man Blue. I agree. Fu Man Blue says, never read about history if your only intent is to confirm a bias. That's good advice. I think the best defense against bias is curiosity. Curiosity. And when I read history, I'm curious about things. And so nobody ever had to tell me to do this. I just naturally am curious about the other side of the coin. I'm curious, and sometimes to my detriment, quite frankly. I'm curious about the alternative perspective of almost every situation in history. And I almost can't even not think about it. Like whenever I'm thinking about I think it's mostly to my benefit because it allows me, especially when I'm like writing something historical, I'm able to see the humanity in all sides. And I think that's really what allows you to write complex characters and to write morally complex problems for the characters to work out. It's like when there's some right and some wrong on both sides. I'm not saying it's equally balanced, but I'm just saying you can find a little bit of light in a bad character. You can find a little bit of darkness in a good character. I think that's usually what makes the most interesting story because I happen to think that tends to be how real life is. Nobody is perfect. Nobody's all good. There may be people that are pretty much pure evil, but there was a time when they were a baby and their mother loved them. You would think. Star Fury says, night, night, everyone. Good night, Star Fury. Another successful voyage. And there he goes. So what did I have? I mean, we're pretty much in overtime now. You asked for overtime, Fu Man Blue, and we are in overtime. We have had a great live stream here on the Captain's Cast, this vessel of entertainment exploration. And if you want to check out my Iron Age novel, if you would permit me to shill my own work just a little bit, I wrote a novel called Blood and Oak, and it is the American nautical adventure story. And when his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary Pirates, Midshipman John Sullivan must embark on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. And the Barbary Pirates, these were not the cute and cuddly, where's my rum and treasure Pirates of the Caribbean pirates, which also were not actually those pirates either. But these are not the cute, cuddly pirates. These are the, enslaving, marauding, clap you in chains kind of pirates. And you did not want to wind up in that situation. And so, yes, it is pirates versus sailors. Link is in the description. Check it out. Fu Man Blue says, I wasn't telling you to go into overtime. I was giving you my overtime money for the week. Oh, are you kidding me? Don't, Fu Man Blue, only if you can, please. Captain is here to entertain, and all donations are appreciated, but never expected, and certainly never expected. But I am honored all the same, sir. You honor me, sir. Are you saying you don't want overtime? Are you saying shut the fuck up and go? I'm like, that's enough. Captain, that's enough for tonight, all right? Jeez, how much more of a beating can poor Ahsoka take? Oh, my God. I pretty much covered everything. Gen V, I continue to enjoy Gen V. I don't really have much to add on Gen V tonight, although I will say I kind of caught a little bit of the discussion of Gen V on Friday Night Tights. And I got Gary was talking about how he's like, I watch it for 5 minutes and I'm out. And actually, I understand that because the first 5 or 10 minutes or so when Marie first discovers her power, I definitely rolled my eyes. I'm like, what is their obsession with female bodily functions? And I'm thinking, oh my God, this whole thing is going to be intersectional feminist claptrap. So yeah, I was this close to dipping out, but then I got kind of like to the school and enough of the characters were intriguing enough that I kept watching, and then it was intriguing enough I kept watching it a little longer. And I think once you get past that, the characters are complex and interesting enough. I totally get not wanting to watch it because it is woke as hell. I'm not denying that. It is a woke as hell show. But it's also written fairly well, and it knows what it is, and it just is what it is. And that just doesn't really bother me all that much. It does a lot of skewering of celebrity culture. It does a lot of skewering of internet culture and TikTok culture, which I think is hilarious. And I enjoy it a lot. It happens to be a really clever tale of like superpowers and how they work. It happens to be a really good sort of young adult institutionalized story, which is telling this interesting story about, kind of the teenage angst. It's a very different story for this world because The Boys is very much about, Vought and the evil supers versus Butcher and his merry band of soup murderers, which I love. I love. This is a very different story because it's focused on, which I did not expect. I kind of expected it to be, I don't know. I guess I expected it to be very derivative of the flagship series and to kind of just be an advertisement, if you will, for the flagship series with a bunch of Easter eggs and kind of like reference. I expected a lot of references to The Boys. What's interesting about it is it really does feel like its own story. And I kind of like it more than The Boys, to be quite honest with you, because I don't hate all of these supers. I don't hate them all. In The Boys, I hate these fuckers. I really hate them. And the thing I don't like about The Boys is I don't see enough of Butcher killing them. That's what really bugs me about The Boys, is it's basically turned into Homelander is Trump. And most of it is just watching him have his MAGA, not MAGA supporters chanting for him, while the stand-ins for the BLM crowd are portrayed as virtuous and fighting the power. And it's like, no, I want to see Butcher beating bad supers. That's what I want to see. And so first season of The Boys is good. Next 2 seasons, I'm pretty much kind of, I did really like Jensen Ackles as Soldier Boy. Man, was he born to play that character, and really, really great as that character. Other than that, though, I really am annoyed. Now, what I like about Gen V is that you've got these teenagers who are in this college, and they all have it's kind of like the Boys Universe version of Professor Xavier's school. It's a little bit like that. It's a university for supers. And they actually have very human stories. All of them have pretty human stories. They're complex characters. They are sometimes greedy and selfish. They are sometimes selfless and well-meaning. And it's interesting that, some of them are longing for love. Some of them are longing for their parents' approval. Some of them just want to be successful in life. Some of them want to be actual heroes. So there's a mixture of all these different things that they want. And they're thrown into this kind of meat grinder world. And I find myself rooting for them. I find myself rooting for these characters to find love, to succeed, to break free of their parents' shadow, whatever it is. And so I like it. So I like the show. I will say what might be operating a little bit here is when you have watched Ahsoka, The Mandalorian Season 3, Secret Invasion, you've watched these TV shows where characters sit in a bar and talk about nothing for hour after hour after hour. When you've watched these, and then you watch Gen V, where the purpose of a dialogue is to reveal something about the characters or what's happening. And then you're like, oh, Well, this is delightful. It's like, oh, now I want to watch it. This is a great show. Oh, this is incredible. Standing ovation for Gen V. So there might be some of that at work here. Is like I have been so numbed by bad storytelling that I'm actually giving it more praise than it deserves. But I don't think it's too much of that because it does annoy me at times. It does get to where it's. But honestly, I think this show has less TDS than The Boys does. I think The Boys has gone full-blown TDS. The Boys is a full-blown anti-Mac, pro-Hillary kind of rant is what The Boys has turned into. I do think Gen V is, they kind of make fun. They can make fun. And yes, I've heard this argument. They take a blowtorch to one side and they kind of poke and prod at the other. The Boys definitely is like that. Gen V is not quite that bad, I don't think. Look, if you hate Hollywood entitlement culture, that is the number one thing that Gen V skewers. It is the absolute, the need for attention and seeking fame all the time, I would say, is the number one thing that Gen V skewers. Because actually, The Boys is a little bit more about the conflict of Vought. Vought versus the people is kind of what the conflict of The Boys is. And that's not so much in play in Gen V. Gen V is much more focused on, it's actually a smaller scale story, I think, which is very smart. It's a smaller scale story. It's mostly focused on the institutions of higher learning, which I also think it skewers the idea of universities. I really do. I think it skewers the idea of universities that are kind of milking their students as products, and kind of using them to get their own clout as a university. So there's some of that involved. And the fact that the students are kind of just caught up in this small scale, compared to The Boys, conflict with this university. And the university is doing things that Vought is not aware of, which is also kind of interesting. I find that kind of refreshing, and I think it's something new. It's something you haven't seen in The Boys universe. And I'm telling you right now, I'm shocked to be telling you this. I never would have thought I would have liked this show. I kind of looked at it and I was like, oh no, here we go. And so I can imagine. Wrangler saying good night. Good night, Wrangler. Good to see you. Been a great stream. I stream with my heroes. And there he goes. Says, I got to run. Thank you, Captain, for another voyage. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. There shall be more voyages. Melodic pro-Hillary, pro-lizard people. Yeah, the exact lizard people. Exactly. Don't hate on the Lizzo people. Exactly. Lizzos need love too. Oh my God. Lizzo. Oh yeah, when she calls to Grogu in The Mandalorian season 3 like he's a dog. He just, oh my God, I wanted to throw up. And I'm thinking to myself, these morons that write this crap, do they see? This is how I know they're not nerds. This is how I know these are not science fiction nerds, right? That write The Mandalorian. Because when I watch Star Trek and I see let's say a Ferengi, okay? I see a Ferengi. Do you know what a normie sees? A normie says, whoa, who's the guy with the weird head and the ugly teeth? That looks ugly. That's what a normie sees when they watch Star Trek. When I watch Star Trek, I say, well, no, that's a Ferengi. They come from a planet where it rains all the time, and they are obsessed with capitalism and business. And and they're people too. They are people they may look ugly to us, but that's just because we're humans. To a Ferengi, they look beautiful. And Quark is very handsome, I'm told, for Ferengi women. So, so in other words, I as a nerd am using my science brain to say, well, obviously aliens would look ugly to us, but, we would look ugly to aliens. Aliens would be, and there actually are some really good jokes in Star Trek when aliens are like, there's that great joke in Star Trek Generations when Lursa and Bator, the Klingon sisters, they see like a close-up image of Dr. Crusher, and she's smiling and looking, Gates McFadden at that time, looking pretty beautiful. And they're just like, oh, human females are so repulsive. It's like, that's one of the best lines ever. Because it's like, yeah, look, to a Klingon, human women are gross. They're ugly. So why am I bringing up? Because when you see Grogu, and Grogu is supposed to be a child, Yes, he may look like a green animal to a human, but he's not an animal. He is a sapient being, and therefore he is as much a child as a human child is. Now, would you ever to a human child go, and like call them like they're a dog? No, unless you're weird, fucking weird. Maybe Lizzo is that way. I don't know. So my point is they don't see Grogu as a child. They see Grogu as a pet, a creature, a cute creature doll. That's what they see Grogu as. Everything in that show in season 3 reflects that. The way he moves, the way his action scenes go, the fact that he's this puppet doing weird shit that does not fit. It's Anyway, they're not nerds. They don't understand. See, if I were doing The Mandalorian, I would be thinking of it as like Grogu is a child. So I would be extrapolating like, okay, what is his next stage of development as this child? Like, what would is he in, it's like Groot. James Gunn did this better with Groot because like Groot goes through the child stage, then he has the teenage rebel stage, then he has kind of the young adult stage. That was cool. That made sense. Melodic, actually, let me tell you about the Ferengi. Hey, look, I am a freaking dork, okay? I am a Star Trek nerd, and I ain't hiding it. Let me tell you about the Ferengi. Dude, the Ferengi are awesome. I actually, the one pet peeve I have about Deep Space Nine is they started changing the Ferengi into like the Federation because they started like reforming them, and then they start introducing taxes. They start giving equal rights to their women. They start letting them wear clothes. I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. But and I just thought like that's so short-sighted. The Ferengi are interesting because they're different. Just let them be the Ferengi. We don't have to like them. We don't have to agree with them. I mean, we can all agree that their policy of not letting their women wear clothes is perfectly sensible and makes a lot of sense. No, I'm just kidding. That would be a terrible law. I used to talk about this when I was with my buddies back in the day. I'd just be like, horny teenage boys, right? Just like, yeah, that's a great idea. Women can't wear clothes. They're like, but that would mean, and then you start factoring that out to all women. Like, oh, that's not a good idea at all. That's not a good idea. It sounds fun. It's not fun. It's not fun for anybody. Fu Man Blue. Does anybody else think about the Ferengi every time you absently scratch your earlobe? Well, you got to have impressive lobes for that. First Groot was the best Groot. Agreed, Melodic Method. Dude, there is a great Ferengi episode in Star Trek Enterprise that I thought was really cool where Jonathan Archer, Captain Archer, this is the first time a human's ever met a Ferengi, and so he meets, I don't remember if Armin Shimmerman played that Ferengi or not, but anyway, he meets a Ferengi. It might have been actually Jeffrey Combs that played Wayun. I think he played that Ferengi. I don't know. Anyway. And so Archer is having a typical kind of Starfleet argument with the Ferengi about how backwards they are and how dangerous their thinking is, because the Ferengis just talk about, being greedy and profit and how profit is everything. And Archer kind of gives this sort of lofty, sanctimonious speech about, well, on my home world years ago, that kind of thinking almost led us to destroy ourselves. And the Ferengi just kind of replies to Archer, well, you should have managed your finances better. And I just thought, now see, it's hilarious. It's a great line, but it's such a clever and creative line because it tells you something about the Ferengi. It tells you that, like, yes, they may be greedy and grasping, but for some reason, the way they've arranged things on their planet, it works for them. And they're really, and it suggests that maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Maybe the fact that we ascribe our violent nature to, to wanting profit, that it's actually that the Ferengi would have something to teach us about how if we managed our finances better, we'd have a better planet. I just find that interesting. I think that's good lore building. I like that it suggests that the Ferengi know something we don't. I like that because it suggests that we're humans don't have the answers to everything. And I think that Star Trek really suffers when the humans are portrayed as always knowing everything about everything. Kurtzman Trek. Dude, that's what makes Kurtzman Trek so insufferable. I mean, if the Federation was sometimes sanctimonious before, oh my God, they are like a preachy liberal at a party. Now they're just going around the galaxy lecturing every human species about how backwards and MAGA they. I mean, how backwards and racist they are. Melodic Method says Ferengi are a great part of the universe because they are a good race until it suits them not to be. Many a good plot lies therein. Absolutely. Overtime start. You know, if you stick around long enough on the Captain's Cast, you'll get some Star Trek talk from time to time. Old school Star Trek. You know, the other interesting thing about the Ferengi is they were originally supposed to be these villains. They were meant to be like the new Klingons for Picard. And as Armin Shimmerman, who plays Quark, put it, who starred in the first ever appearance of the Ferengi, he puts it that, you know, they just came across as angry gerbils. And that was the problem. They were too laughable. They just didn't work as a villain. And but, you know, never let a good thing go to waste. And so they kind of retooled them into they're this merchant species. I think that's really clever. That's a really good use. I think they were great as that. And they really had some episodes where the fact that they're so brilliant at like banking and finance and mercantile stuff, I think it made them really shine as characters in a lot of different parts of Deep Space Nine. There's that great episode, The Magnificent Ferengi, where Quark hires a group of Ferengi to rescue his Moogie from the Dominion. That was such a great episode. And it kind of showed how even though their society works differently, they do have ways of getting things done. Like oh man, one of my favorite ever episodes of Star Trek is the Deep Space Nine episode, Faith, Treachery, and the Great River. And there's a B story in this one where O'Brien is having a bad day. You know, the station is falling apart. Nothing works. He's running himself ragged, trying to repair things with parts he doesn't have. And what should happen? But Captain Sisko comes along and says, I need the gravity stabilizer repaired on the Defiant, and I want it done yesterday. And O'Brien says, I'm sorry, Captain, I don't have a stabilizer. And Sisko, kind of being an asshole, is like, well, that's your problem, Chief. I want it fixed in 3 days when I get back, or there's going to be hell to pay. Okay, Captain, I'll get it done. And Nog, the Ferengi, says, gee, Chief, I don't think you're going to get that stabilizer in time. He's like, well, tell me something I don't know, you know? And then Nog is like, I bet I could get you that stabilizer, Chief. And so basically the episode is Nog is going around making all these deals with other captains in Starfleet. And some of them look dangerous and risky, and he's trading things he shouldn't be trading. And he's pissing people off on the station. And it's all because he's using his Ferengi skills to get something that O'Brien needs. And it's so funny because O'Brien has no idea how to do this. And like, there's a great little scene where Nog says, he says, well, didn't you say that Captain so-and-so has a stabilizer? And O'Brien's like, yes, but he's never going to give us one. And so Nog says, well, does he have children? And O'Brien's like, no, I don't know. I don't know if he has kids. He's like, well, what does he like to do? What's his favorite thing to do for fun? And O'Brien's like, I don't know. I don't know the man. He's like, well, Chief, you've got to get to know people. And it's like, so he's giving O'Brien a lesson on networking and like business networking. It's so great. It's such a great episode because it shows how Ferengi have talents. They have abilities that are very handy. I just like that. In fact, I even think that influenced the writing of Mass Effect a lot, because in Mass Effect, they really did strike a great balance between the different strengths and weaknesses of all the species in the Citadel. They did a great job with that in Mass Effect, and I think it drew a lot of inspiration from Star Trek, because the Volus in Mass Effect are very much like the Ferengi. They're this mercantile trading culture. You know, they make deals. That's kind of what they do. And so hat tip to Star Trek. Hat tip to Star Trek. By the way, there's a new thing that Chris Gore, I love Chris Gore. And I greatly respect his takes, even when he's wrong. And he was wrong about one, let me tell you, because he recommended this film on Amazon Prime called Totally Killer, which is this kind of Back to the Future mashup with a kind of slasher killer movie, and it's a bit of a satire comedy. And I started watching it. I was like, this looks boring as hell, and I turned it off. And then he recommended it, so I gave it another 20 minutes, and because I thought, oh, well, that could be kind of fun. Dude, I can't take it. I cannot take it. She gets to the past. She's in the 80s, okay? She's in the 80s, and she sees like a logo that represents basically like an Indian, so it's essentially like like the Chicago Redskins logo or something like that. She sees it on a building, and she's like, oh, well, I knew there would be racism. And I'm like, oh, fuck this show. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm like, dude, I'm not saying that like everything was all perfect in the 80s or anything, but I cannot wait until this new generation realizes what fucking idiots they are. Like when they look back on this and like, oh my God, we spent so much time going around lecturing people like irritating little hall monitors about all the problematic things that they say all the time. It's like they're going to realize that they were the bad guys of their generation. And I look forward to that. So, yes, look, if you're on Paramount, okay, because I know Melodic Method, you're talking about getting Paramount to watch, I assume, Star Trek. You also need it for the Panderverse. If you're going to get Paramount, allow your dear captain to make a few recommendations. There is a great show on Paramount Plus called The Stand, which is a limited series adaptation of Stephen King's novel of the same name, The Stand. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It does have Whoopi Goldberg in it, which I hate that. However, for the most part, it's a pretty good movie. And if you don't know, the concept behind The Stand is that, by the way, I credit shows, movies, and novels like this for a lot of the ridiculousness of 2020. But in any case, and it did come out before 2020, but I think the concept of The Stand is that there is a flu virus called Captain Trips that gets loose from a government lab, and it wipes out 97% of humanity. And the 3% that are left have to kind of make their way to this town in Colorado and rebuild society. And it's actually really good. It even has kind of a faith-based storyline to it. It's actually kind of a Christian story, which is odd because Stephen King is so anti-Christian in most of his writing, but for whatever reason, he just in this one tale, it's kind of about it's a very pro-Christian kind of story. Honestly, it's a little bit of a good versus the devils kind of story. It's really good. It's really good. Because there's kind of the good people set up shop in Boulder, Colorado, and they rebuild the society. And then there's kind of like the bad people in society. They kind of self-sort is the idea. They sort of self-sort. And the bad people all go to Las Vegas, which, yeah, that fits. They go to Las Vegas where there's orgies and all kinds of shit going on. And it's kind of like Las Vegas versus Boulder, Colorado. It's it sounds wacky as hell, but it's actually really well done. So you got that on Paramount Plus. I loved it. And dude, I'm telling you, video games like The Last of Us, stories like The Stand, they totally primed our consciousness to overreact to the coup. They really did. And I remember thinking, like, when the lockdowns were happening, I was like, some of this is the fault of media. I mean, not media specifically, but like artistic creations. Okay. And some of this is the fault. All these video games and movies like The Walking Dead, all these things we've watched about viruses that wipe out all of humanity, they've really kind of screwed us for this situation. Because everyone, dude, I remember in the first weeks of that, everybody, even a little bit me to some extent, was thinking this could be the end, folks. This could be the end. I wasn't quite that far gone, but I mean, it was in the back of my mind of like, well, what if this thing really is that bad? What's that game, The Division? Tom Clancy's The Division, which, by the way, is a brilliant concept, if not the best game in the world, but a brilliant concept. So yeah, what else? What else is on Paramount? You've got Picard season 3. Don't miss that. Oh my God, Halo. Avoid Halo at all costs. It is not good. How do you fuck up Halo, folks? It's a layup. It's all right there in the first game. What do you even have to do? It's so anyway. I feel like there was something else on Paramount Plus I really enjoyed. Tulsa King. You've got it, Tulsa King. It is excellent. It's 10 out of 10. Sylvester Stallone, some of his best work in a long time. It's a great ensemble cast. And there's a little bit of having fun at the Wookiees' expense. There is a scene. The concept is great. It's a brilliant fish out of water story. Essentially, and it's a great setup too. It hooked me right in the first 5 minutes. Sylvester Stallone plays a crime boss who has just done, I think, a 25-year sentence in prison, keeping his mouth shut to protect the crime family that he's a part of. So he literally has just done 25 years in prison. He's lost 25 years of his life because he doesn't rat, which is pretty badass, quite frankly. He gets out of prison and he's sort of immediately exiled by the family to Tulsa, Oklahoma. And it's kind of, they're trying to spin it as like, this is a reward for all your years of service, keeping your mouth shut. But really, they just want him out of the way. So he's sort of this over-the-hill gangster, and he's missed the last 25 years. I mean, he's not totally disconnected, but he was in prison. So he sees people walking around with cell phones, and he's like, "What the hell?" Like he sees people staring at cell phones, and he's like, it's weird to him. So it's fun. And then he gets to Tulsa, and he's like, "Well, now I got to build a drug, not a drug, but just a crime empire." And so he's looking for marks, right? He's looking for who can I shake down, because everything's different now. But then he sees the green cross sign, and he sees a dispensary, and he's like, "Wow, what's that over there?" It's basically this guy that is driving him around, who becomes like one of his first recruits. He kind of explains how like legal marijuana works, and he's like, "But it's not legal for feds." He's like, "Let's pull over. I want to go talk to," and he shakes down this dispensary. It's freaking great. It's so funny. It's so amazing. There's like this chick in the dispensary who's like totally high, and she's like, "I'm really tripping right now. Can I just go in the back room? Because this is a lot." Because he's robbing the place. It's so funny. It's the Tulsa King. You got to check out Tulsa King. You'll love it. It's a great show. Can't wait for season 2. And I have not really gotten into the Yellowstone universe yet. I don't know. It just does not speak to me. I started watching 1883 and it did not grab me. And I think that's about it. And then, of course, you've got all the old school Star Trek, but everything except Picard season 3, Kurtzman Trek, just avoid. Just avoid. And there you go. Well, folks, we have had a great night, haven't we? Have we not had fun on a Sunday night? Thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out with your old captain. Your old captain here on the Swords and Starships channel on our continuing mission to explore strange new TV shows, novels, film series, to explore strange new desert worlds, and to make fun of pathetic Ahsoka Shills. The mission will continue. This is the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett. This is the Swords and Starships channel live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. And we are also part of the Iron Age movement. We do not see in the ashes of the destruction of Star Wars and Marvel and DC and all the others, we do not see in the ashes of their destruction the end. No, in the words of Gandalf the White, Gandalf, in the words of Gandalf the White, no, this is not the end. No, we look forward to a future in which all turns to silver glass. The silver glass, the Elysian fields of the Iron Age, new creators rising from the ashes, because frankly, in order to have a renaissance, it must be preceded by the dark times. So you and I, we, in the words of another great man from history, we have a rendezvous with destiny. And this channel will be right here bearing witness to it. So like, subscribe, share it out there. Check out my own Iron Age novel, Blood and Oak. It's linked in the description. And I hope you guys have a great week. I'm so grateful. Everyone in the chat, everyone watching, I appreciate it. I need to, look, live streams will not grow a channel. It's just a fact. And there's reasons for that, but essentially the channel's not been growing because all I've been doing is live streams. They are the most fun. I'll just be honest with you. But I need to make videos, and I'm working on some. And so I will be working on getting this channel built up. The captain has a few things in the other parts of his life he's got to take care of. So that's why I've slowed down on the channel a little bit. But this is of paramount importance to me, and you are all of paramount importance to me as well. We are building something together. And you're in at the ground floor. And I'm excited. I'm very excited. God, I keep forgetting to finish ISOM number 2 because I have it sitting over there on the shelf. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to read ISOM number 2, and then I get distracted. I forget, and I'm like, God dang it! All right, so ISOM number 2. We'll talk about that on the next stream. Part of the reason I hold off from reading them is because I know that when I'm done reading it, I don't have the next issue. Like, I'm a binge reader. Like, when I read the Berserk manga, I would buy 4 of them at a time. I get like a stack of the Berserk mangas, and I'd read through all of them. Then I'd go buy another stack, which, freaking love Berserk. I love that. I also feel a little bit, I also feel a little disturbed. After I read any Berserk manga, I also feel a little unsettled. I won't lie. but Guts is such a great character. He's so good. Guts is the reason I love Berserk. He's one of the best. He's one of my favorite fictional characters ever. I'll just tell you right now. He's one of my favorite fictional protagonists of all time is Guts from the Berserk series. He has such a beautiful story. Honestly, his story, right? The reason why I love Guts is very similar to the reasons why I love Major Kira in Deep Space Nine, because in some ways they both have a very similar, I know that's a weird comparison, but stick with me on this. If you know these two characters, Major Kira starts out as this, her whole life has been violence and bloodshed. She rises through the ranks as a child soldier in the rebellion against the Cardassian occupation. Her whole life has been fighting in foxholes. She's known nothing but war until finally the Cardassians are defeated. And then she finds herself in civilization as the first officer to Captain Sisko on this Deep Space Nine station. And now she has to learn how to be a military commander in a civilized peacetime situation. And it's a culture clash. It's difficult for her because she has not known this kind of life in all of her life. It gives her character this kind of vulnerability that's sort of beautiful and tragic at the same time. Also, it explains why she's so strong and so capable in so many different things. The fact that her faith is like this thing that keeps her going. There's just so many great things about Major Kira's character. I just love that character so much. Guts is kind of similar to her in many ways because he grew up as an orphan being raised by mercenaries. All he's ever known is violence, cruelty, and war. He's never known anything else until one day he finds the Band of the Hawk and he discovers for the first time in his life friendship and camaraderie and an actual reason to fight that matters to him. And then something else happens, which I will not talk about right here, because if you've not read Berserk, I wouldn't want to spoil that for you. But in any case, he has a very tragic story. But there's so much, like, there's such a mixture of like beauty and humanity with just absolute unrelenting rage and violence. So he's a great character. I love Berserk. He's a hell of a guy. I'm gonna channel the Orange Man. He's a hell of a guy. He's tough. Yeah, that Guts. He's a tough guy. He's tough. We love the Guts. We love Guts here, don't we, people? We love Guts. We love him. Tough guy. Tough guy. I like him though. That's my impression of the soon-to-be president. The soon-to-be 47th president. That is my impression of how he would describe Guts. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy. You get in a room with him, he's tough. Oh, he's tough as nails. We like him. We like him here, don't we? That's it. There you are. There he is. There he is. There's Guts out there. Great guy. Anyway. Fu Man, glad you found your way here. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate it. Hey, the Discord link is in there too. So if you want to join the Discord and chew the fat with us anytime, jump in the Discord. So, so there we go. So that is the Captain's Cast for Sunday. So I hope you all have a wonderful week. All fired up. Yes, these are the dark times, but it is always darkest before the dawn. So I hope we had a little bit of fun. And just one more time for the road.
Faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance. But hope always remains. In Ahsoka.
Have a great week, my fellow sailors and Starnuts. And this is Captain Garrett saying, in the words of Q, in the final episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, I will see you out there.